Well, I'm going to say right now, Perry, I think you did a great job tonight. I think the baby mode was minimalistic, which was great. And you also snapped out of it pretty quick, for you at least. We still got to minimize the distractions, like whatever you're doing right now. But you took more offers than you refused.
See. Okay, you don't
The
want me to see.
robot was really good. You did a lot of things good. The egg stuff was great. I do have to reiterate before it expires, this Dr. Gunk offer for $1,000 to get that Sharpie permanently tattooed tomorrow is something you should really consider.
It's not going to fucking happen.
For $1,000?
If it's $100,000, it's not going to happen. Kabish?
I don't know. Well, eventually it's going to happen for real because you're going to get it removed.
No.
You're going to get it removed at one of our live events.
Wrong. Because I will be snowboarding again.
No, you won't. All right. Good night, guys. We'll see you Sunday.
Yeah, fuck it. Bullshit.
Seriously, good job, Perry. You did a really good job tonight.
Snowboarding again.
I will say, straight up, and he's not here anymore, but I was shocked at the amount of offers he accepted tonight. Shocked. He was extremely agreeable. I mean, yeah, he did, banter about a few of them, but I mean, look, I can't think of a stream, unless somebody can correct me, I can't think of a stream where he did more things than he did on this stream, between the egg tossing, the egg smashing, the egg in the credenza, the bug nut eating, and then the bug nut microwaving in the credenza, the robot thing twice, the Pledge of Allegiance. What am I missing? There was more. It was unbelievable. I don't even know what I'm going to call this one. There's so much stuff. It's like there's so much stuff. Probably the robot thing was the highlight, but and then the costume, wearing the outfit. I thought there was no chance he was going to wear that, and he wore it. So, God, there's so many things. We'd have to make a master list of all the things he did. It was crazy. I was genuinely shocked. And there's no way he's going to remember those things in the credenza. He never does. So, I'm sure, I don't know what drawers he put them in. I kind of told him to put in the when he did the egg, I told him to put him on a bottom drawer so he didn't open one of the top drawers and see the previous thing that he put in there. But I don't know. I didn't see it. So I don't know. I think it'll be interesting when he finds them. I don't know if that what was that? What my brain's a little fried too. What was the cheese he put in there? That's supposed to smell really bad. And he put like a stack of it after it was microwaved. So I don't know if that's going to start smelling. Yeah, the egg could be in there. Yeah, the head cheese, right. So I don't know how long that's going to stay in there. But we'll find out. I don't think anything's ever going to top the fish that was left overnight in the credenza. Because he generally, he forgets about these things. And then, and then he wakes up he woke up to that odor. Yeah, no, I've learned my lesson, Amy, with the not answering my voicemail. I really try not to answer my phone when he calls. You never know if it's like something important or whatever, but I almost always let it go to voicemail now. And then if something good comes out of it, I'll post it. But yeah, there's no way in hell I'm going to answer my phone tomorrow. Anyway, tomorrow's like my one day off, so to be perfectly honest, he's the last person I really want to talk to on a Saturday, but I'm sure I will at some point. I'm sure I'll hear from him at some point. Yeah, I forget that people come in late to the streams. Yeah, I mean, the people that came in late, you missed a doozy, because he did there was a lot of stuff that happened. So this was... And yeah, near just under 6 hours. I mean, I know we started about 15 minutes late, but just about 6 hours. And these really fly by too. It's strange how somebody sent me a message the other day. I think it was last week. They were going on this really long drive. I think it was something like Orange County, California to San Francisco, and they said they were they started the stream in the car, like just listening, I guess, uh, when they started driving, and then they had arrived and checked into the hotel, and the stream was still going, and they basically wrote on how it was such a great stream, like how it was such a great thing to travel to because it was entertaining for however many hours it was, which is insane. But I guess I don't know. It's hard for me to see it on the outside, but I thought that was pretty cool that somebody was like just on, started watching it before they left, got in their car, drove all the way to San Francisco, got to San Francisco, checked into the hotel, and the stream was still going. So that's good. And I agree with the person who said he did have really good energy tonight. Well, I think also Fridays are always good because he has 2 days off. I don't really because I'm doing other things, but the 2 days downtime helps, and then like tomorrow there's one day and then he's got the stream, 3 days a week is a lot. But yeah, I kind of wonder how it is just listening to the streams, and more people, like, because they're busy or whatever, they say like, oh, they're listening to the stream. Like, I guess you can do that on like YouTube Premium or whatever, or you could probably just do that anyway. But yeah, and they just listen to it, and I wonder, because you miss all the visual cues, like his facial reactions to tip comments and stuff like that. Like, you miss out on that, but I guess you get the gist of it. I don't know. Hold on. Yeah, what's up?
I just got in front of the computer stark naked, and I saw that you didn't restart the computer, so I'm restarting the computer.
Well, it's a good thing I turned your camera off, huh?
Thank you, yeah.
Yeah, you can restart the computer. I turned off your camera.
Thank you.
By the way, you did a legit good job tonight.
Think so?
No, you did, because like I said, your energy level was good, consistent throughout. I mean, look, you almost did 6 hours, so it's a lot.
Yeah, you're going kind of overboard with me.
Well, no, hold on a second. You're the one who told me to extend it with the mailbag. I did that for you. I was ready to close. I was ready to close it like an hour ago.
All right.
But you did a good job, and you did. I wish you would have accepted the tattoo offer, but I can't.
Fuck no. Absolutely not.
But $1,000 is
absolutely not.
Okay. What are you gonna do now? You're gonna throw away trash?
Tomorrow.
Okay, don't throw away that trophy. Don't throw away the outfit, and don't throw it. What was the other thing you got that I didn't want you to throw away? Everything else you could throw. The food obviously and shit like that. But
food shit is in the trash box.
Okay.
I'll turn off the old lamp next.
Yeah, we're all good. So, all right, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Have a good night.
Yeah, you too. Thanks.
All right, pal.
Again. Oh. Do me a favor, please.
Yeah.
Some way to get Whitney Cummings' phone number so I know when she's in town, and then I can arrange with her. Oh, I know what I gotta throw away tonight, son of a bitch. We gotta throw away some of this. I don't have any room for the meat in the fridge. That was it. Where's the meat?
That takes up very little room. Anyway, look, I'll let you go, and we'll talk tomorrow. All right?
Yeah, good night.
Good night. Bye. Anyway. I feel like there's two different people doing Whitney too, or either Whitney or Scott. I'm not sure. Like, I feel like sometimes the ones that come in, like, there's different people doing it because there's like a different tone sometimes. I don't know if I'm off on that, but I just got that feeling. No, I don't think he's going to. I don't think he's going to catch the credenza thing. I really don't. I think he. I think that'll be because he just doesn't remember. I mean, I thought when the comment came up, like it was delayed, like when it was like the egg and the credenza comment when it actually came up. Yeah, right. One Whitney hates him, and the other one is like into him. It's like there's like a conflicting thing there. But yeah, Marcy was pissed too. But I think he'll forget about it because when that comment came in, it didn't like oh, I got to take care of that. You know, it didn't happen. So yeah. So okay. So I'm not crazy. There are dueling Whitneys. There's a couple of there's a couple of dueling people. Like there's definitely dueling Donald Trump. And I think there's dueling Mike Lindell, you know, and then usually one's better than the other. You know, one knows how to play it and the other one doesn't, in a way. Yeah, I pick up on that. I don't think he picks up on it, clearly. And the thing I'm fascinated by, too, is he'll call somebody out, like whoever. Like, I'm trying to think who he did it to tonight. It was some celebrity account. And he's like, you're not the real so-and-so. I was like, okay, if you acknowledge that that's not the real so-and-so, then you have to acknowledge that they're all not the real so-and-so. But it's not just this one because he didn't like what they said. But everybody else is real. You know what I mean? Like that's fascinating to me. I don't know if it was Ivanka or whoever. It might have been. Yeah, Clint Eastwood's a weird one because Clint Eastwood never... Like he recognizes the name Clint Eastwood that comes in, but then Clint Eastwood's always like shitting on him, you know, so it doesn't resonate. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't land because Clint Eastwood's like really aggressive with him. Like he's always like smash the microwave or something like that, you asshole, or so. Yeah, Tom Selleck, that was the one. It was Tom Selleck. But I will say that a lot of the ones, like the big ones, you know, and it's not like. I try to play that balance where I'm not necessarily selling him on this stuff. Like, it's not my position to convince him that these are the real people. I like him to be the arbiter and judge of that, you know, except in certain cases, like Amy, for example, he's like so gung-ho for. I contribute a little bit more to that. But like other people, that's on his own. But it makes him more proud of the stream and more more committed to it because he feels like big. And by the way, I have it on 100% authority that I won't get into. But there are real celebrities that watch these streams and are obsessed with them. But the thing with Perry is, they all keep it their dirty little secret. They don't contribute. If they ever contributed to the stream, they would be under a different name. Like they would never use their real name. But there are celebrities that do watch the stream, and that is for sure. Like names that you would know, names that I can't say, but names that you would know for sure. Yeah, I did have a talk with him about the homophobic stuff because it's just not good for the stream. You know, it's like it works against us and it works against him, especially, you know, Twitch and YouTube. They're not exactly companies, platforms that are accepting of that kind of thing. So, yeah. No, I can't give any hints. This was told by somebody that I know. And I hate even saying that. You know, that because I hate people that leave things out there like, I can't tell you who it is, like a blind item thing. And I always hate it when I hear other people say it. But it was just conversationally talking about all the, you know, for all the Robert De Niro's and you know, Whitney. I don't even consider Whitney Cummings like A-list, like crazy celebrity, you know, like big time celebrity. Because the people I'm talking about are way more big time. But yeah, they're definitely. Yeah, I'm sorry. I hate being a cock tease. I'm not. I don't mean it. Oh, Amy's Yo Big Mike. That's funny. It's like he doesn't, and I like that he doesn't get references. Low B with, yeah, I don't know. I'm not a Whitney Cummings fan by any stretch of the imagination, so I don't even know where I'd rank her. I mean, I don't really care. If Tom Hanks listens, it's news to me. And Leo DiCaprio. I only know about Big Mike from Red Bar. I would never know that name. I have no idea. I don't listen to that Logan Paul podcast. What is it? Impulsive? I've never heard it. I mean, I've only heard it in clips when other people are shitting on it. I've never heard it on its own. So that I only get that. Judy Tenuta, maybe. Is she still around? I guess so. I guess she's still around. Tom Cruise. Yeah, maybe Tom Cruise. Gallagher too. Yeah, I agree. All stand up is terrible these days, with some exceptions, some rare razor thin exceptions. But stand up is fucking garbage. I agree. And I noticed too, like when I said that thing about Joey Diaz, who like really who the hell knows who he is, but like somebody was like, oh, how dare you? Like Joey Diaz is great. I was like, really? I almost hate people that like Joey Diaz more than I hate Joey Diaz. There's certain things like that. It's like with certain things, like people like things that you don't like. Like somebody could like I don't know. Like Family Guy, for example. I'm not a fan of that. But agree to disagree. If you like it, okay, that's cool. You like it. I don't. But if somebody likes, let's say, Big Bang Theory, I want nothing to do with you. I can't even talk to you. I can't respect you on any level. And it's kind of like that with certain comedians. Like if somebody says they're a fan of somebody, I just can't. I can't respect. I just have no respect for you. But that's me being obnoxious, opinionated. Joey Diaz wishes he's a criminal. He's not even Italian. He plays this like character like he's all connected and everything. He's full of shit. He's such a loser. Yeah, I might respect young Sheldon more than the parent show of Big Bang Theory. With the more money Perry makes, do I ever think he will voluntarily start to understand that he owes you some of that money for? No, he already understands that. He knows. Perry's not, I mean, and it sounds crazy to say, Perry's not stupid. He knows that a lot of this money that he makes it goes to past debts, and eventually, debts that I've incurred. But yeah, no, he knows that. He's not, he's pretty good. Aside from spending $250 on 12 towels, overall, he's been pretty good. Yeah, it's Joe Matarese, man. It's Joe Matarese. Oh my fucking god, I fucking love Joe Matarese stuff. Hey, it's Joe Matarese. I'm doing my own podcast now from my wife's closet. Trying this out. Nobody knows who that is. God, can you imagine Tuesday? I was actually talking with a friend of mine, because I used to do this podcast with a friend of mine years ago. And we did it with 3 people. It was called Hard Opinions, actually. And we would talk about stuff. Like every episode was like a different topic. Whatever it was. Hard opinions on blah, blah, blah. Hard opinions on sitcoms, let's just say, for example. And there was a third guy that did it, and he had all the archives, and then he had like a nervous breakdown or something and like deleted the YouTube channel and everything, and we just lost everything. And then me and the other guy who did it, we were talking recently, and I was like, hey, why don't we just do it on our own? And then I was thinking, like, Jesus Christ, I don't have time to fucking do another. Like, when am I going to find the time to do that? So I don't know. But I don't think I could pull off a TomB Tuesdays or TomB Thursdays. Yeah, the Fixing Joe episode is really, I mean, it's just so fucking good. Like that whole saga is great. Oh really? Did I brought you to Matarese and Red Bar? That's amazing. Yeah, people always say to me where you should start with Red Bar, and I think Red Bar is a podcast, for those who don't know, that just shits on comedians, bad podcasts, and bad comedy culture overall, and I would start with that era, like around 2016, really, when he was on Compound Media. If you can find those shows. If you can't find those shows, you can hit me up. I have them. Those are really good ground level shows that you can listen to. It's not on the Red Bar site because they belong to Compound for some reason, but those are, they made an effort for new listeners, and you can go from there. My thoughts on news radio. I like news radio a lot. Obviously, Phil Hartman era only, not John Lovett's era. 90s sitcoms, very weird because most of them suck. The 90s, I'm really not a fan of the 90s in any kind of media. I think movies mostly sucked in the 90s, with plenty of exceptions. And sitcoms were just utterly forgettable. If you go through, everybody thinks of Seinfeld. I'm not a Friends fan, but I know it was successful. And you got news radio, but really when you go through the shit that was on the air, like The Single Guy or like Caroline in the City, you can go through all that. Brooke Shields one, I don't remember the name of it. Terrible, terrible decade. Maybe the worst decade for sitcoms. Awful, awful decade. Yeah, Joe Matarese with Red Bar. It's just so perfect and that's what got Red Bar torpedoed from Compound Media, because they just dissect. And actually, that's right around the same time that Red Bar discovered Kill Tony and Tony Hinchcliffe and started shitting on him too. So yeah, that's a good era. That's right around, like late 2016, early 2017. But it's. Yeah. Yeah, see, that's the thing with celebrities. Like, it says, oh, they should donate like $50,000. They easily could. Like, there's obviously celebrities that you and I both know about, that know Perry, that know his situation, and they could have solved his problem with a flick of the wrist, to say the least, and they didn't do it. So that's, they keep Perry their Dodo secret. Well, wait till Perry does his Adult Swim thing, when he gets a little. And this channel's growing. It's going to blow up eventually, and we'll see where things stand. I'm not trying to predict the future, but yeah, Seinfeld is dated. I agree with you. I tried to watch Seinfeld recently, like just something to watch while I was like eating. Like something like that's like 20 minutes, and even the episodes I remember really liking, it doesn't work for me anymore. Like, Seinfeld is dated. And that's another thing, like a Red Bar thing that I've picked up on. It's true. It's like you always have to reevaluate things that you love. Like things that you grew up with in your teens, like whether it's music or whatever, comedy or some comedian that you liked 15 years ago, you constantly have to reevaluate their stock. It's like, yeah, they were good 15 years ago. Are they good now? A lot of the times the answer is no. Very few people last throughout the years. So you always have to reevaluate, your stance on things, and Yeah, the thing, Gavin aired footage of Perry falling down. Yeah, that was some Chicago festival that they did in the summer of 2006. That's Gavin's footage. That's on YouTube, where Perry's running and he's in the baby costume, and he just takes this major header right in the cement. That's on YouTube. It's pretty easy to find. Perry gets rich, he will get too good for everything and instantly fall back. Nah, I mean, I don't see that happening. And thank you, Slug. Hats off to Tom for supporting Perry. Yeah, Curb Your Enthusiasm is light years better than Seinfeld, and it's not dated. Even if you go back to the early ones, it's not dated. First season of Seinfeld suffers from all those stand-up comedian sitcoms, where they basically translate their stand-up act into like the pilot episode and the first couple episodes. In fact, if you watch Seinfeld's stand-up from like '88, let's say like the HBO special, whatever, then you watch like the pilot, basically all of the gags in the episode are transcripted from his stand-up act. It's terrible. Same thing with that stupid Home Improvement show. All those, there was so many shows in the early 90s where they were just handing out sitcoms to stand-up comics. A lot of them didn't succeed. Astro Bunny, yeah, it's redbarradio.com or .net is the site, and it's actually a very good. It's the benchmark for how to set up a podcast site. It's all their own infrastructure, and there's a pay subscription too, but it's very minimalistic, and it gives you like bonus episodes. So like they do one for free, and then one is you got to be a member for, but it's well worth it. Yeah, and Amy says, right, Red Bar makes you realize you hate things that you thought you liked. And it's funny, my sister accused me of that like years ago. She's like, because I think I dissected Family Guy for her and told her why it was shit. And she's like, I'm never telling you what I like again because you'll always twist it and eventually make me hate it because you're so goddamn opinionated. Which I am, and I realize that. Yeah, Seinfeld's obviously better than Friends. Friends is fucking garbage. And if you're a man, you shouldn't be watching Friends. It's a chick show. Fucking awful. Oof. Home Improvement. I can't call it nostalgic because I never watched it really, but oof, it's rough. It's better. It's a tier up from like, Family Matters and what's that fucking Full House and that level of garbage, but it's Tim Allen's talented. I'll give him that, and I guess it's not terrible, but it's just I couldn't watch it now. No, hating Family Guy isn't a hot take, but a lot of people people don't push Family Guy as much as they used to. I think Family Guy has now probably entered Simpsons territory, where even the people that liked it kind of forget that they still do new episodes. And it's like, I know, when's the last time you watched The Simpsons? Even though you still kind of like the fact that it's still on, and maybe out of a season of 22 episodes, they might have 2 that make you laugh, but I haven't seen anyone. I never watched a single episode of How You Met Your Mother, but again, I think I've said previously, all those CBS sitcoms are terrible. Sister Sister, wasn't that a UPN show? Roseanne's a good 90s sitcom, early Roseanne. I can't think of... so Faster Blade, what's my opinion of Small Wonder? Straight up love Small Wonder, unironically. I like it unironically. I actually legitimately enjoy that show because it was a syndicated sitcom, which was a very like fringe thing in like the 80s. They did these shitty syndicated sitcoms. There was a couple of others. I'm hard pressed to think of another example. There was a sitcom called ER before the real ER with what's that fucking guy's name? The guy who was popular in the 70s, Elliot. It'll come to me. Anyway, I like Small Wonder. I actually met the girl who played Vicky years ago through a mutual friend when I was out in California, and she was at a party, and she's like, "Hey, you know who that is?" And I was like, "No." I was like, "Does she look familiar?" And I was like, "No," because this was years later. And she's like, "Oh, she's Vicky," and all he said was Vicky, and I just immediately knew. I was like, "Oh my God." And then I was talking to her, and I had some liquid courage, and I made her do the robot voice, and she did it. But she was actually very cool. And I just started asking questions. Elliot Gould, thank you. I started asking her questions about Small Wonder, like the different seasons, and like I never watched Coach. Maybe it was decent. I think that Coach is in the same category as Home Improvement. Not the lowest of the low, but not a high watermark either. It was always one of those shows. Coach was one of those shows that was always on, like for years, like Wings. And Wings was a good show, but it was never like a top show. But it felt like it was on for like 10 years. Like it was just always on. It was just like, oh, how is this show still on? There's a lot of 90s shows like that where it was always on, and you don't know how it was still like. It's almost like the network people forgot about it. Like they it's so under the radar they don't even cancel it. Yeah, I agree with these. Is Andy Richter Controls the Universe a 90s show? I thought that was early 2000, but it might have been just made the cut. Yeah, Frasier. Yeah, I agree with all that. Burt Ward says, Get a Life, Andy Richter Controls the Universe, In Living Color, The Simpsons, Larry Sanders Show, and Frasier. I agree with all that. There might be a couple more. Yeah, Wings is a good show. I mean, again, you probably watch it now. It's a little dated with the laugh track, but it's a great cast on Wings. Great cast. MASH, I think I've said previously, can never get into MASH. Can never get into MASH because the laugh track just killed. I can't watch even an old sitcom, and British comedies do this all the time, where you're watching a laugh track of people clearly outdoors, like they're on location, they're outdoors somewhere. It's like, where are these people? Where are the people who are laughing sitting? Are they watching this on TV like I am? Like it would confuse me even as a kid. Never watched Freaks and Geeks, but I obviously know of it. Yeah, Dana Carvey show I think is overrated. Like, I mean, it was a bomb, but it's like rated as like a cult thing. I think it's okay. I know a lot of big people came from it, but I don't know. Didn't do it for me. Dream On was very good. Very, very ahead of its time, Dream On. Very ahead of its time. Yeah, Father Ted is another one of those British shows. It's like, where are these people? Where are they laughing from? It just drove me crazy. And Father Ted's a good show, but I just don't understand. I'm trying to think of like the first, if anybody knows, like what was the first sitcom that didn't have a laugh track at all? I know MASH didn't have it in like the surgery scenes, and also MASH didn't have it internationally either, which I think I said previously. In fact, if you get the DVDs of MASH, there's an audio option to watch it without the laugh track, which is great. And I saw something, I guess my YouTube algorithm knows, and I'm obsessed with this stuff, where on YouTube there was a thing where somebody took an episode of Friends. They didn't take a full episode, but they take a chunk of Friends, and I guess they mixed out the laugh track, which is hard to do. But they took it out, and you can just see how bad it is without the laugh track. There's probably a lot of other examples like that, but if you go on YouTube, just type in Friends without laugh track, and it just plays so flat and so bad. It's bad anyway, but it shines a light on just how bad it is. 3 must-watch sitcoms, in my opinion. If you must watch these 3, they're all going to be in the past. Let me go through a bunch, and I'll narrow it down. Mary Tyler Moore Show, for sure. I mean, The Honeymooners, I almost think it's insulting to call it a sitcom because it was just 39 episodes, but that's classic, going back to the 50s. I'll tell you what's really good, and it's really old, and it's considered racist these days because you can't find it. It's like CBS owns the rights, but they won't ever release it because the NAACP came down on it. But if you could go on YouTube and look up Amos and Andy, Amos and Andy, or Amos and Andy, it's a fucking great show. It's so funny, and it's early 50s. It's adapted from a radio show, and you can totally tell that Gleason borrowed heavily from it because it's very influenced by Amos and Andy, and the 2 main characters are very stereotypical, and that's why it was deemed racist. But I think it's ahead of its time because there's a lot of like, it's basically an all-black cast, but there's like black judges, there's black lawyers, there's black, really people of authority, responsible people, and then you got these 2 idiots that are the stars of the show. Yeah, Kingfish is like one of my favorite characters of all time, and the guy who plays him is so good. But it's a great show. There's not a bad episode. There's just not a bad episode. If you just pull up on YouTube when you're done here, type in Amos and Andy, pick any episode and watch it, and I defy you not to laugh. And I also defy you to tell me that it's racist, because it's not. So The Odd Couple, I've said that before. The Odd Couple is so great. It's when it's one of those adaptions, it's the best adaption of like a movie or other property. Usually those are terrible. And also the casting of the show, I think, is better than the casting in the movie. I think Tony Randall runs circles around Jack Lemmon as Felix Unger. It's fantastic. And also keep in mind, Neil Simon, who wrote the play, had nothing to do with the TV show. at all. Didn't write a single episode. And there was, especially the episode where Felix and Oscar switch places, and Oscar is the neat freak, and then Felix is the slob. It's probably my favorite episode. It's great, yeah. But boy, it's a tough one to answer. I'd say All in the Family up until Rob Reiner and Sally Struthers leave the show, Meathead and Gloria, because I think they left in the 7th season. The show went on past that, but it was pretty much done. Stanford and Son. Yeah, I'm trying. So 3. So I put. You know what? I'll tell you what. The Andy Griffith Show, for the first 5 seasons with Don Knotts, is infallible. Hard to. They're funny. They're like, just because they're old doesn't mean they're not funny. Mary Tyler Moore for sure. I'm gonna go with Cheers as my 3rd. I think I might revise that, but Cheers is another just slam dunk home run of a show. I still got the dog snoring in here. Yeah, there's a lot. I'd have to really, I really have to go through my list. Like I also have guilty pleasures like that are nostalgic to me, like Different Strokes. Like I grew up with Different Strokes. I won't sit here and tell you that it's a great sitcom. It's not. It's but the first couple are great. And if you watch those early episodes, especially with a really young Gary Coleman, I mean that kid's comedy timing is on the level of like a seasoned vaudeville comic. I mean, he was on the money week in and week out. And it's one of those shows where he's the show. Like literally everybody else can leave and he's the show. And he's like, how old is he in that? Like he's like, God, he must have been 7 when that started. I don't even know. But I will still watch that. Not the later ones so much, but definitely like the first 2 or 3 seasons of Different Strokes I love. And I love What's Happening. My favorite What's Happening episode is the one where they go to the Doobie Brothers concert and Rerun is not conned into, but he's forced to bootleg the concert by like a mafia type guy or something like that. I forget the ins and outs of it, and then he gets caught during the concert. They're performing a concert and also like the What's Happening guys being into the Doobie Brothers is pretty ridiculous, but he's dancing around and then this giant tape recorder falls out of his jacket and the whole concert stops and they all stare at him like he did this terrible thing, which I think you could probably find that on YouTube. Yeah, a lot of people know the Doobie Brothers one. That's not a hot take either. It's definitely the most famous episode. You missed a lot if you missed the stream. It was a lot. Yeah, I was so bummed out. Like I'd love to know. Like, I always ask this question. Like, what celebrity death? And you guys can answer this, affected you like really hard. Like, like, okay, like you hear like, oh, so-and-so died. Like, oh, that's too bad. I grew up with this guy. But like, which one hit you hard? I will say Gary Coleman really hit me hard. I really felt bad when he died because I just felt like he just didn't get a fair shot and he was just used and abused by his parents and just fell in with the wrong people. He was totally ripped off, for all the work he did on those shows. He had nothing to show for it. I mean, the poor guy was working as a security guard. I mean, just terrible what happened to him. So I felt really bad. Phil Hartman, totally Phil Hartman. He's right up there for me. Robin Williams. I wasn't as affected. Brody Stevens. Yeah, Brody. And again, I wasn't necessarily a fan of Brody's comedy, but the times that I met him, he was such a genuine and vulnerable guy. That was tough. Kurt Cobain, yeah, I could see that. Lucille Ball, I remember when Lucy died. It was like 89. She died. I remember that. Yeah, Burt Reynolds was another one. Chris Cornell was a rough one. Alex Trebek, yeah, that's a good call. Jeffrey Epstein. Eddie Guerrero. Yeah, for me it was weird. Yeah, there's always people that I'm afraid of dying, and for me that person is like Bob Barker, who was the former host of The Price is Right, which is the show that I grew up on. Like I would go out of my mind. I still watch it to this day, the Bob Barker ones, and he's up there now in age. He's really like high 90s, and I live in fear of the day that he passes away, because it's like that's gonna hit me hard. That's gonna really hit me hard. So I just hope he lives forever, and so I can avoid that that level of pain. Mitch Hedberg, Carrie Fisher, John Candy. Yeah. Oh yeah, David Bowie. Yeah, that was another one. Lucy died cursing Perry. Hank the Dwarf was a tough one. Yeah, he's up there. He's in his 90s. I mean, I don't know his exact age, but he's closer to 100 than he is 90. Chris Farley, yeah. I actually felt really bad when Brian Dennehy died last year. Brian Dennehy, because he died like in the heat of the height of the pandemic, and I feel like what a horrible time to go out, and like your family can't even have like proper services or anything like that. It's just, yeah, so I feel bad. I knew you love Price is Right because a couple of streams ago you spoke. Yeah, well, you know what? Price is Right's been on my brain lately because I don't have a lot of time. I don't really watch any TV shows currently. I'm not really watching anything, but a thing I do watch, there's this app called Pluto TV, and it's free. It's just an app that just streams marathon things. Like there's a Star Trek channel. They even have a James Bond channel where it's just loaded. It's got commercials, of course. But they have a ton. They have like a 90s. They probably have a 90s sitcom channel. They have a Wings channel, and they have a Price is Right channel. And all it is old school Bob Barker Price is Right from the early 80s, 24 hours a day. And I'm getting to the point now where I've basically seen them all in rotation, and like I'll watch it because it's just I don't have to focus on it. I can just watch it and zone out to it, and I've gotten to the point now where I know that I've seen this one. Like I can be in the other room, and Johnny Olsen can call a name down, like like Maureen McGillicuddy, come on down. I'll be like, oh, I've seen this one because I recognize the name. Like that's how because it's not an endless cycle. Like they have a finite number of episodes that they keep running 24 hours a day. So I'm pretty much, they got to add some new ones because I've seen them all. Peter Tarker, The Monkees was more so Davy Jones with me. Davy Jones is a big one because I'm a huge Monkees fan, and I met Davy Jones twice, and he was awesome both times. It's always nice when you meet somebody that was like a childhood hero, and they're not dicks, because I've met childhood heroes. Well, at least mine. I don't know. There was a show called The Greatest American Hero in the early 80s, about this school teacher who gets he gets visited by aliens and gifted this superhero suit. And if you put the suit on, you're basically like Superman. So it was like the guy doesn't have the power, the suit has the power. But he lost the instruction book, so he was always clumsy and crashing in the walls and stuff. Very, very geared towards children. And that was like network TV in the 80s, which was always fascinating to me. Like the network TV was filled up with shows for kids. Knight Rider, The A-Team, The Dukes of Hazzard, The Greatest American Hero, all these shows. And then starting at 10 p.m., maybe you'd get some adult shows like Moonlighting or Dallas and shit like that. But it was loaded. Like you don't see that anymore. Now it's just all adult stuff all the time. But anyway, so the guy who started as The Greatest American Hero, his name's William Catt, for those who know who he is. And I was yeah, I'm aging myself. No, I'm 46. But anyway, I saw the guy I was in LA. I was staying with my aunt in Sherman Oaks, which apparently where Whitney Cummings lives. And he was finishing a meal at a place that I was in, and I'm never one of these people to interrupt somebody when they're eating. But I immediately recognize he's got this like blonde curly hair. If you Google him, he's so recognizable, and he's actually aged very well. But this was 20 plus years ago. So anyway, I was like, you know what, I'm going to go up to him and tell him, because I loved that show, worshipped it. And it was the kind of thing like now, if you miss a show that you watch, you have so many options to see it. Like it's on demand. or it's on net. You'll eventually see it. You don't have to live and die by the network schedule. But back then, I didn't have a VCR. There was no. I'm talking early '80s, and I was a kid. And if you missed an episode of a show that you liked, you were fucked. I mean, really fucked, because everybody would be talking about it at school the next day, and then maybe you would be lucky enough to catch it in a summer rerun, maybe, but no guarantees. If you missed an episode, you're done. So, and there was a couple times that happened. But anyway, so I saw him and I went to him, and I thought I said something that he would like to hear. And I went up to him. I was like, "Hey, Mr. Cat, how are you?" I said, don't mean to interrupt you at all. I was leaving, and I just said, "Listen, I just want to tell you that when I was a little kid, you were my ultimate hero, more than anybody else. And it's an honor to meet you." And I just, and he just gave me this look, and he gave me like a smirk, and he shakes his head, and he goes, "I'm never gonna live that down, am I?" And it just killed me. I was like, "Oh, what a fucking dick." Like, why do you got to take that away from me? Like, why do you, so it was a bummer, it was like meeting somebody. And me, I met Bob Barker too at a completely different time. His last season on The Price is Right. I had a friend that worked on the Late Show with Craig. I'm trying to think if Craig Ferguson was doing it or Craig Kilborn at the time. I think it was Craig Ferguson at the time. Talking 2007, and I went with a good friend of mine from England who also worships The Price is Right. And you couldn't get into these shows because you'd have to camp out at like literally the night before at 9 p.m. And so the person who worked at the Late Show got us guest passes. And when you get guest passes, you go right in. You don't have to wait online or anything. You're invalidated from participating. You can't participate. And I'd gone to The Price is Right many times before, and I'd always have to be Thomas because they check your ID, and they tell you who. They basically, if you win a prize, it has to be your legal name. So my name tag always said Thomas, and it always bothered me that I couldn't be Tom. And this time I was Tom because I was invalidated. And then we go into a VIP entrance at CBS, the one on Beverly Boulevard. And the woman comes out and greets us because I guess we were put down as VIPs. And she's like, "Okay, here, I'm going to take you into your seats now. Here's everything." And she gave us 2 8x10s of Bob Barker, black and white. I was like, "Oh, I didn't know I was getting it. That's cool." It's like, "Yeah, and if you come with me, Bob will sign it for you." And I didn't know this was in the cards. I didn't know that this was going to be a thing. And me and my friend looked at each other and we were just like, oh my God, I'm basically going to go meet God. I'm basically going to meet God. And it was so intimidating. And it was just crazy. And so we go basically in his dressing room and he's getting changed for the show. And he's sitting in it, he's getting his jacket on. And the woman goes like, "Oh, this is Tom and my other friend." And he's like, "Oh, hey, Tom, how are you?" And I literally just flown it there. I said, "Oh, Mr. Barker." I said, I gave him the quick story. And again, you got to be careful with celebrities because you figure they've heard everything at this. By the time you say something to them, they've heard it 1,000 times. So I try to be somewhat unique, but I just couldn't muster it. I was just like, I would pretend to be sick to watch The Price is Right, which is true, which a lot of people did, and it's an honor to be here. I just flew in from New York today just to be here. It wasn't true. I was there for something else. I was actually there in town for a concert, but he was super cool, signed it. I still have the signed thing. Like, "Howdy, Tom, your pal Bob Barker," shook his hand, and then the woman walked us through backstage to get to our seats, and we walked backstage and we walked through where all the games are. Every game was stored, like Plinko and the dice game and all these things. And then we saw the wheel backstage, and we stopped just to look at it. And it was right before the era of everybody had a smartphone with a camera, so I think I probably still had a flip phone at the time, so it wasn't like I'd go take a picture. But we just stopped, and then the woman was like, "Do you want to spin the wheel?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I do." And I got to spin the wheel, but it didn't have any sound effects. But I always wanted to feel the weight of that wheel, and it was just a great feeling to spin it. And then we walked through the doors of the stage where Bob walks out on the show, or where Drew Carey works out now, and we walked out on the stage to get to our seats, and the fact that I was just even on the stage like blew my mind. Anyway, to make a long story even longer, Bob takes questions in between commercial breaks to the audience, and I've always wanted to ask a question because I'd been there before. I'd been to the Price is Right tapings before, but I was always way in the back, and here I was right up front because you sit when you're the VIP seats. And funny when I watch the show now, I realize that the people right behind contestants row are invalidated because they're guests. But I raised my hand and asked a question, and Bob knew me right away. He goes, "Oh, Tom has a question." And he told everybody about Tom flew all the way from New York just to join us here on The Price is Right. And I was like, wow, that's great. I asked him a question. It was a geeky Price is Right question. I asked him why The Price is Right stopped using the they used to do these freeze frames when they'd go to commercial break of somebody who won or lost. Like if you lost, it would freeze frame you like in your moment of defeat, or if you won, it would freeze frame you in your moment of victory. And I'd say, why did the show stop using the freeze frames? And he goes, "That is an excellent question, Tom." He was like, "Why did we stop using?" And he called the producer over, and he goes, "Well, I'll tell you what, Tom, just for you, we're going to put those freeze frames back in for the rest of this episode." And it's great when I watch the episode now, like I have a copy of it. It's like there's like 20 minutes go by, and then all of a sudden the freeze frames are back for the rest of the show. And I always wondered like what people at home thought, like, "Oh my God, they brought back the freeze frames. Like, why did they bring that back?" Well, it's because of me. And he was just super cool. And the fact that he like called out my name, so that was my Price is Right tangent. I saw somebody wrote in, "Mr. Narrator, still pretty new here. I think they call you TomB. Do you stream at all? You're funny just with a you're funny just with a brain compared to parodies." I don't stream on my own, no. But once in a while I'll hang out a little after these. Yeah, when you get to New York, let's go to a steak dinner, Mike. Bloody Marys. I kind of burnt out on Bloody Marys last year when the pandemic first started. I was a Bloody Mary maniac. Like I was making like insane Bloody Marys, and I think I ruined them for myself because I haven't had one in about a year. But maybe it's time to get back into it. But yeah, I'm just trying to catch up on. Greatest American Zero is more like it. Yeah. Yeah, My Secret Identity with Jerry O'Connell. That's another syndicated like 80s show, which was interesting. It was wasn't he like I forget it? Wasn't he like a superhero or something? And he had a friend that was kind of like a Doc Brown character who was like a scientist. I haven't seen it in quite probably since it aired. I probably haven't thought about it since then. I saw a not sober Andy Dick on stage. Well, that's not easy. He's yeah, didn't somebody post like Andy Dick is like posting things on Twitter where he's like, "Buy me dinner, I pick the place." Like you have like basically whoring himself out to like, "I just want to go to expensive dinners and you pay for it and I will give you the honor of my presence." And I can tell you, I've been in Andy Dick's presence and he's just a complete waste of space. He's an asshole. There's nothing endearing about him. He's just a jerk. And also getting back to news radio, he's pretty much responsible for Phil Hartman being dead because he got Phil Hartman's ex-wife back on cocaine, allegedly, but not so allegedly. In fact, I think John Lovitz like beat the shit out of him one time and slammed his face into a bar because Lovitz was so upset about what yeah. So I'm probably behind on these comments. TomB, I'm tired. No post show tonight. 5 hours later. So anyway, back to cinematography. The 4th season of Knots Landing. I didn't watch Knots Landing, but yeah, it's like, you know what? I'm just because once I turn this off, I gotta walk this dog who's snoring. I gotta like put my shoes on and stuff. I got to go outside, and then I got to wind down and go to bed. I'm just kind of putting that off. You've met a lot of political figures, and because of the line of work, and they're all very. I've not met I've met very few politicians. I want Perry to come to New York City when the pandemic is over for sure. I would legitimately like to do a Perry Caravillo live event at some point. I don't know when that's going to be, but at some point, like they even do like these Twitch awards. I think I mentioned, and they didn't do it this past year because the pandemic for obvious reasons. But if not Twitch awards, it's like the Twitch. I think it's called Twitch Con. It's like a convention of all like personalities on Twitch, and I would love to go to that with Perry. And they do like live things there, so that would be. What was I'm with Busey? That rings a bell. I'm with Busey. Was that a show? John Lewis is a total Chad for beating up Andy Dick. Yeah, I don't know. Andy Dick is just. Ugh. Yeah, I'm with you too. The guy Don, the guy who says that you're not a fan of Rogan, but you get why he doesn't like Andy Dick. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Rogan either. I'm actually a fan of Rogan on News Radio. I think he was good on News Radio. I'm not a fan of Rogan like now, but he was good on News Radio. Andy Dick and Perry's apartment predates my involvement, so I don't know how much was planned with that. And did he? I guarantee you he didn't improv anything because he needs to be told. We actually used Andy Dick in a gag for the pilot where we filmed the bachelor party for me, and Andy Dick was played a locksmith because Perry was handcuffed like some stripper handcuffed Perry and he couldn't get out of it, and then he had to call a locksmith, and it was Andy Dick, and this is what he was doing, and he had to be told everything. He had to be coached every syllable. He had to be coached. He might have had improv ability at one point in his life, but that's gone. Anybody who was at the debate last year for the Big Three could say the same. Like everything had to be written for him. He was like Bob Hope, like when he was doing those like specials in like the early '90s, where like he has like cue cards the size of billboards. Perry in Times Square would be awesome. I agree. Perry in Times Square would be awesome. Yeah, Busey was giving advice on a duping. That rings a bell. Has anybody met a celebrity that you were really disappointed by? Like legitimately, like somebody that you liked, that you met them and it just kind of changed, not changed your opinion of them, but really like you regret the encounter. I have a couple of those. Gary Busey takes a young comedian under his wing and shows him the ways of life. Early 2000s sounds right, yeah. A lot of stuff was like that early 2000s period with like that pseudo reality TV. A lot of people were just throwing shit at the wall to see what stuck, because Survivor became such a big hit in like the summer of 2000, and that just blew the doors open for all these other shows. And like, we don't have to pay big money for scripted shows. Like VH1 was the king of that. I mean, it's like you look at VH1 like early to mid 2000s. I mean, they were just wall to wall garbage TV, and it's like all these like pseudo reality shows where it's like you follow somebody, like the Osbournes and that kind of stuff. Oh, somebody mentioned Norm. I actually really like Norm Macdonald's sitcom from the 90s, and it was just called Norm. And if you can find that on DVD, I don't think it's streaming anywhere. It's really good. It's like, boy, I hate to say it's Seinfeld because it's got a really good cast. Like Laurie Metcalf is in it. Artie Lang is in like the later season, but it's very good, and he's really good in it. It's like he's almost shitting on the fact that he's doing a sitcom. I don't want to say meta because I think that's overused, but it's very good. It's a very good show. Getting back to our discussion about 90s sitcoms being shit, that's another exception. That's a good one. People really like meeting Perry. There's very few. If you're cool with Perry, he's cool with you. When people meet him in person, there's he's very good with people in person. Um, I'd be surprised. Oh, your mother had the experience with Woody Allen. I could see Sting being aloof. You met Oprah and she was a 1-0 star. I could totally see that. How was Shawn Michaels? I don't know if he arrogant like like his character, or is he cool? I used to watch wrestling in the 80s, of course, like everybody else my age, and early 90s. Oh, I love South Park. Yeah, South Park is infallible. So, yeah, you almost never mention South Park because it's always there. Like, South Park is so good, like it's just always there. Like, it's just, and even like people say, "Oh, South Park." I disagree. I think South Park has been amazing in the past like few years, especially with all it just obviously it's so great that it's grandfathered into this cancel culture where they're just allowed to get away with anything. It's just, like no other news show would be able to get away with that. But yeah, I love South Park. I haven't seen the latest special, but I'm a huge South Park fan. So he says Gold. I only know Goldust really from when Stern used to play his clips when that there was that weird storyline where he had Tourette's syndrome. He wasn't in the era where I watched. Why doesn't Perry slow for speed bumps is a great question, and you would know because you've been in the car with him. No, he's for somebody who's overly cautious. Like, I will say this, like Perry during the pandemic is great because like he's overly cautious. Like, he wears like big masks. He still wears gloves. Like, remember this time last year we were all wearing gloves because we thought the world was ending and you could touch something and blah blah blah. He's still doing that. And you would think all of that being overly careful stuff would translate to a very safe driver, but it doesn't. He drives like an asshole. I don't know how that car is still around, his 2002 Corolla that his mom used to drive, because he rides it so hard. He's super hard on the brakes, and he does everything. The only thing he does good is he's good with like getting the oil change and stuff like that. But it's rough driving with him, and I always, not as much anymore because things have changed a little bit, but I was living in fear of that car breaking down because I'd be fucked. Like he'd be fucked and I'd be fucked as a result because I was financially responsible for him. It's like if he ever had that that car breakdown, we're done for. So I'm surprised, as hard as he rides it, that it's still going strong. And if you know Perry, he rides things into the ground. Like, he will not get rid of something until it absolutely like explodes. Shawn Michaels super kicked me through a barbershop window. 2-0 star. South Park had a brief few seasons where it seemed like it collapsed. Yeah, and you know what? It's funny. I didn't watch those. Like, I checked out. Like, for whatever reason, I was busy, whatever. I didn't watch. There's a huge gap that I missed. I'd say probably from about 2009 to 2013 or 14, somewhere in there, I didn't watch South Park, and I still haven't gone back to see them. So that might be the era where it dropped. But like, I love the PC Principle stuff, and everything since then has been. There was one season, the one where they had like Mr. Hand be like Trump and stuff. I wasn't as into that because it was like very serialized, and I didn't like it being serialized. But they righted that ship. Yeah, watched that episode of Stern a few months ago where the Tourette's stick the whole show. Yeah, they'd be like, ooh, ooh, ooh. I just remember that sound clip that Fred would drop all the time. And that's I know, like, visually what Stardust, what's that guy, Goldust looks like, but I don't know anything past that. I just know the ooh, ooh, ooh Tourette's storyline, which I don't even know from wrestling. I know from Stern goofing on it. Yeah, okay, the Kevin Spacey thing, let's talk about that. Yeah, there's no fucking way he met Kevin Spacey, because Kevin Spacey would have been Like Kevin Spacey's like, God, like probably around Perry's age. He'd be practically a kid when Perry claims to have met Kevin. I mean, I'm never going to be the one to tell him that. But yeah, of course not. I mean, the first time I saw Kevin Spacey was in Glenn Ross when he's the office manager. He's amazing in it, and that's 1992. I don't remember ever seeing him prior to that. So like 78. Are you kidding me? No, there's no. Of course, but see, here's the deal. Perry is confusing him with somebody else. So there is a celebrity that he did meet at Swenson's. Probably because because the story's too detailed for him to just think that's a total stranger. And the fact that he told his mom, "I met Kevin," so it could be Kevin somebody else. I can't think of another Kevin that would be popular in like 1978 or somebody else that starts with a K. I'd love to know who the real guy is that he thinks is Kevin Spacey, because it's not. Obviously, we all know it's not Kevin Spacey, but it's somebody else. It's somebody else who is famous enough where Perry recognized him in the 70s. That's my version. It also could be just, somebody else, and Perry thought I mean, look what you're dealing with. But yeah, I'd love to know who the real person is. Artie versus Sal and Richard and Benji's good. Yeah, I like that little meltdown thing. Yeah, because I hated Sal and Richard, and I loved when Artie like really laid into them and called them talentless hacks, because that's exactly what they were at the time. Probably still are. I don't know. I don't listen anymore. Yeah, Spacey was still a teenager in the 70s, so yeah. But it let him believe. You know what? Let him believe that. Let him believe that it's Kevin Spacey, because even if a comment comes in dissuading it, he's going to call you a liar, because it's just fact for him right now. It's Kevin Spacey. It's clearly Kevin Spacey. But yeah, but of course, I think it took me a beat. Like whenever the Kevin Spacey thing came up, like maybe a month or two ago, and my thing is, when I'm doing these streams, I have to be hyper focused on what he's saying. I have to be hyper focused on every element, and coordinate a lot of things, make sure he's engaged and everything like that. But once in a while, I have to look at something else. Like a moderator will send me a message, or like I'll get an offer, and I'll mentally check out for just a second, and then I'll come back and re-engage. And it was right around the time where I was like, he said that. I checked out for a second. I came back. I was like, oh, okay, he met Kevin Spacey, or he thinks he met Kevin Spacey. But I didn't put together the timeline thing. And then it wasn't until the second time where I remember him saying, Kevin Spacey bought me ice cream at Swenson's in Palm Springs in 1978. He was very nice. Nothing gay happened. It wasn't like that. It wasn't that way. He just commented on my skateboarding and said he did a good job, and he gave me an ice cream. And I was like, there's no fucking way Kevin Spacey did that. And by the way, the Palm Springs thing, like what celebrity wasn't in Palm Springs in like that era? Like everybody he met was in Palm Springs. And I know it was legit a destination for people, like in the 60s and 70s, like all Bob Hope, of course, and like Lucille Ball and all these other who was I think all the Rat Pack had a place in Palm Springs, so it was a big deal. But I mean, he just ran into everybody. But yeah, he's definitely confused with another actor. I would just really like to know, for my own edification, who the other actor is that he met. But we'll never know. We'll never be able to pull that layer back. Anything would just be a guess. Like we'd have to figure out who is a Kevin Spacey-like person back in 1978, and that's just impossible. Yeah. Kevin Spacey. Yeah. Somebody. Perry thinks Kevin Spacey was 40 in 1980. It's late. I was like, wait, Kevin Spacey was 40 in 1980? Wow, he looks great. He looks great for 80. Yeah, I don't know. It's a mystery. Keith Carradine's a good guess. I don't know. James Spader, Kevin Pollak. Yeah, your guess is as good as mine, but I'd really like to know. It was driving me crazy recently. I was like, he's definitely confusing that, but I don't. Yeah, and like that's true. Perry lived in Palm Springs for 81 years, and all celebrities passed. So yeah, he met everybody. Like even, I'll tell you, like there was this thing like last year, like last November. There was nothing going on with Perry or anything. There was no podcast or anything like that, and I was just like, no. I bought Perry a movie pass to go to the movies. Not movie pass, but it was like AMC, whatever the AMC rewards thing is. And he was going to the movies a lot. And he came back and he saw Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. And I said, oh, you know what, you should do a movie review. And at the time, he didn't have the microphone, there was no Patreon or anything like that. So I was like, just leave it on my voicemail. So he gives a review of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and I remember I think I put out. I'll put it on page. I just found those recently. He did a bunch of phone voicemail movie reviews. Not all of them are great, but some of them are really interesting because he makes it all about himself in some of them. And there was that movie. I don't know if I mentioned this or not. That came out last year about Fox News with Nicole Kidman and whoever else. Anyway. It's basically the movie's about sexual harassment. He goes, and I identify with this movie because I was sexually harassed by a man named Randy Callahan. And he goes into the 1992 story right in the middle of his movie review. And then he goes, and if that was ever turned into a movie, and he was casting it. Like, and I might be paraphrasing it because it's been a while since I heard it, but I'll put that on Patreon because it's interesting. It's just audio only. It's him on the voicemail, but it's interesting how we turned that into it. But my reason to bring that up is he brings up Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and for those who've seen the movie, this fictional like 1960s actor who was past his prime named Rick Dalton, who Leonardo DiCaprio praised. Perry just immediately goes like, yeah, and I actually met Rick Dalton in Palm Springs in like the late 70s at like a golf tournament. And it's like, that's just how his mind works. Like literally he met everybody in Palm Springs. He met a fictional character in Palm Springs. The character that Leo DiCaprio played in the movie, the actor, he just thought the movie was real, and not that the movie was real, but the movie was based on a real person, and that he liked the show Bounty Law, and I had a bounty. I think he said, and I had a Bounty Law lunchbox. Yeah, it was a good show, and he's obviously confusing it with the other show that was about I forget the Steve McQueen show. I forget the name of it, but he's obviously confusing the two. Yeah, Steve McQueen. Yeah, right. It was clearly Steve McQueen. I'm sure he met Steve McQueen and he mistook Steve McQueen for Rick Dalton. Ever think of doing a print or on demand of references from the stream like Law and Order Deputy Auxiliary Police Unit? That would be amazing. When can we expect another international subscriber? Well, we're not done that yet, but one of these Sundays. It's not this Sunday. I'm trying to think. It's like it's more about my schedule and his schedule. Okay, so maybe not this Sunday or the Sunday after, maybe the Sunday after that. So let me look at my calendar real quick. Okay, so this Sunday is the 18th. It's not that. Okay, it could be May 2nd, possibly for International Subscriber Sunday. I don't want to turn it into like, oh, it's always going to... It might be like the first Sunday of every month, but that would be the earliest it would be May 2nd, just based on scheduling. What's the craziest Perry story that I actually believe? That's a great question. Fuck. Because he tells so many like tall tales that I'm trying to think of a crazy one that I believe, like something that... He's such an unreliable narrator. That's the thing. He's such an unreliable narrator where there's so many... Like, there's nothing he tells that I think is 100% accurate. Even the Randy Callahan story. And in fact, it's just between us, like, I've been in touch with the real Randy Callahan, not recently, but back... maybe a couple of years ago, we were going to do a live event or we're planning on it, maybe possibly involving Randy Callahan. And I reached out to him, and at first he was a little angry. Not angry, but he was just like, I hate Perry, and I'm making up his voice because I don't really know what he sounds like. But he told me flat out, he goes, I will tell you the real story of what really happened. And I was like, yes, I'd really like to hear that. He goes, and I would, and I'll tell you how it really went, And so it really would just be a matter of getting back in touch with him and maybe calling him up and finding out how, how it, and who knows? I don't know if you could trust him either. But you'd have to. My brain's a little. Yeah, like okay. So the porn movie thing, like him in the gangbang is. I don't believe every beat of that. The stuff of it, and even. Yeah, even like the details in that Randy Callahan, like he has such. See, that's the thing of a successful liar. You have to remember so many things to be a successful liar. And I always say, like, listen, I'm too lazy to lie, and it's true. I just, you got to have an insane mind to be a successful liar, because you got to remember every beat of the lie. Because if you just, that's how you can pick out a liar. And that's another thing, like getting back to Red Bar. Red Bar's good for. They pick out these liars, and when you really hear a liar tell a story. It's the first time, okay, because they're improving it basically and making up as they go along, but then call them back on it like months later, have them tell that same story again, and there's holes in it, there's cracks in it, because they who's going to remember exactly what you made up 3 months ago? Now it's 3 months later, and you got to basically remember everything you said. It never works. But Perry has these things that are set in stone, like so obviously he was in the office with Randy Callahan. Obviously something happened. My question with it is, how did things get instigated? And I find it hard to believe that even as a casting director, why would it be a casting director's responsibility to chastise Perry for harassing a woman that he cast on a shoot that already was completed? So that Alvarado Hospital shoot, he did it. Like, he played the doctor, and he was, hugging and kissing beautiful women all day, like he says. And that shoot was over. It was over. So, and it was just a kind of a one and done deal, because it's like, like Total Eclipse Productions, who was Randy Callahan's production company, he didn't have a contract with him or anything. He answered an end and penny saver, as he said. He got that one job, and that was it. Why would you then go back to get called into a guy's office that is, going to get you in trouble? It's like, this isn't your boss. This is like fly-by-night casting guy that put you in one commercial. Why would you be obligated to go to this guy's office? The commercial's done. It's like, was he holding up his paycheck or something? Like, that part's really fishy to me. Like, why did he go running over to this guy? Because Perry, you defaulting this guy as some authority figure, and then when he gets to the office, Randy, tells him, okay, this woman said this and that. You have to do this, or you do this to me. And so anyway, that's where it falls apart. But he always gives little details every time he tells it. So I don't know. You say, I don't believe the Sharon Doherty part is true. Yeah, maybe. I think he tried to get an acting gig, and Randy was like, you are terrible. He goes, I'll do anything to be a star. Yeah, you know what? It could have gone like that. It could have. I think there's a real story there somewhere. The funniest delivery Perry ever got? Boy, there's so many of them. I mean, I'll always default to that first. I mean, really, I have such a fondness for the fillet of fish. And Dr. Gunk, I think, was the first person to send him. I think he's really the person that started the whole trend of the deliveries, because he sent him the fillet of fish with, I think, mustard and pickles or ketchup and pickles. And that's still my favorite, because it's such a ridiculous addition to a fillet of fish. It's so disgusting. But I love the pizza. I love the anchovy cracker pizza. Is fantastic. It's just like he still gets annoyed by it. I'd have to think about it. You'll have to remind me of some of the deliveries I've got. There's been so many. You know, there's been some very clever ones, yeah, Josh Denny. Josh Denny is a great example of like the ultimate, like just not only like perennial liar, but a terrible liar. I remember Don saying, "Yeah, the final Big Three bash where Pace, yeah, something like that. We'll see what happens." Why would RC try to get him a job with Christina Applegate if the deal was he wouldn't write up Harry? Yeah, exactly. That makes no sense either. The fact that he's dangling okay, so Randy Callahan gets him a shitty commercial job. Not shitty. It was probably pretty good. And then all of a sudden, like because he blows him, he now all of a sudden he deserves a movie. I mean, and if it's a SAG card, I don't. Has anybody ever seen Tehachapi? I've never seen it. Is Perry in it at all, or did he do a part that he was kissed? Not kissed. Cut. I was looking at the comment that said he legitimately kissed Don. There was no hesitation. I think Perry was in shock when that kiss happened. I think that was it. Yeah. Yeah, but like he's a notorious. Yeah, I don't know, but really dig apart that Randy Callahan story. It just the basic premise of it makes no sense. It's like tearing apart a bad plot in a movie or something like that. It's like, okay, this movie's entertaining, but if you really break down the plot, there's no, what was the character motivation to do this? Why was character A doing this? That conversation would never happen in real life. Why would, like, yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, when you really break it down, it's like, why, like, why would Randy even give a shit that woman complained? Like, the shoot's over. It's like, okay, I'll make a note of it. Okay, the guy tried to lean in and kiss you. Okay. Okay, well, whatever. Like, why would he go the extra mile to call Perry, like, you're in big trouble, mister. You better get over to my office right away. And Perry's like, okay, goes over. I don't even know if that was it. Because, hey, you need to come to my office. Because I think Perry has said in the past that he thought he was getting another job. But why would this guy? I don't know. It just makes no fucking sense. I'll get to the bottom of it one day. Amy says there was no Shannon Doherty lookalike blackmail scenario. Perry is probably sexually assaulted Shannon Doherty. Yeah, I mean, look, I've seen him in person be real. Like, he's creepy with women, like, even to this day. I remember we went to the Rainbow Bar and Grill together, surprise, a couple of trips ago, and we were in the parking garage across the street, and like a couple of like young women were coming, and he has to talk them up. He's like, hello ladies, you know where you're going? Do you know where your car is? You got to remember where you're parked. If you want, I will walk you to your car. Do you need an escort? And they were just wanted nothing to do with him, and I was so embarrassed. I was like, Perry, can we just move it along, please? Like this, that's how he is. I've been on the phone with him when he's been in stores. He's like, hi, sweetie, can you tell me where the, hi, honey, hello, love, yeah, I'm looking for the men's room, and he's just overly creepy. Yeah, it's like, and he'll like say a line or something like that, and it's just like, oof, that's so creepy. Do I really have a disdain for skateboarding? Is it just an act? Yeah, kind of. I definitely play it up for Perry, but I don't get it. I honestly don't get skateboarding. I really don't. Even when I was a kid, and like some people did. Like, he always says, "Oh, you're a New Yorker," but people in New York skateboarded. Did I ever see John Travolta and Jimmy Kimmel apologizing for calling that woman the wrong name on the Oscars? It's legit the Perry RC story. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I mean, look. Here's the deal. If Perry thinks Kevin Spacey bought him ice cream in 1978, can you really believe anything else he says? Because he says that story like it actually happened, like it's actually fact. So if you take that on face value, can you really believe anything else? I don't know. Kimmel had a bit about the Mike Lindell standee in his monologue last night, and I half expected him to bring Perry into the bit. Really? Did he really? Like, what was he saying about it? Like, it was weird that he was talking about the standee. Christy Mars, yeah, but again, Christy Mars is not a name that I would only know from like most of the names on Red Bar. I only know from listening. I wouldn't know who the fuck Christy Mars is. Was okay? I wasn't sure about that. So, Alvarado Hospital was a print ad. So it wasn't even a commercial, because he says commercial sometimes. So it was a print ad. Yeah, because it's confusing. It's confusing. I'd love to see. I'd love to get a. I've legit looked for that ad, where he's dressed as a doctor, and you could just picture Perry, like 1992 Perry, with like the stethoscope draped around his neck and the big doctor, white robe, with a clipboard, and then all these like hot nurses surrounding him. Was he the only doctor? Were there other doctors? I mean, and who the fuck would cast him as a doctor? Like, why would you cast him as a doctor? I mean, look at that the footage from the America's Funniest People thing where he's Velcro Man. That's pretty much 1992 Perry. So you're going to cast that guy as a doctor? It's a terrible, terrible casting. There's so many holes in that story. The more you think about it, the more I talk about it, the more holes you find. I mean, there's some truth there. Something did happen. But yeah, one of these days, and again, even if you talk to Randy Callahan, even I called him up right now and he joined us and we grilled him. I don't think you're going to get the 100% truth from him either, because he's going to be on the defense. There's an apartment tour video of Perry on YouTube where he's shirtless talking. Oh, was that the chili cook-off or something? Like, ugh. Yeah, he's just, he doesn't know any better. That's the thing. He doesn't know any better. He thinks he's being charming. Perry straight up got my number off a Facebook page and cold called me in 2008. That's crazy. Wow. You got to give Perry this. He has balls. I mean, he doesn't have balls because he doesn't know any better, but he has balls. It takes balls to do some of the things he does. Like calling some, he'll ask a girl for their number, even if he strikes out 1,000,000 times, he will still do it. Like, even, look, the fact that he got up on stage to perform stand-up comedy, not everybody can do that. So you got to give him credit for having the balls to do that. I mean, he is just, in some areas, he's extremely tenacious, and you got to give him credit for that. Do you think Perry actually slept with Linda Johnson? No, yeah, he did for sure. He did for sure, because she showed me some like texts that she sent him recently, and it was an angry text. It's a funny, like, oh, fuck, do I still have it? Let me see if I don't know if I have it. Linda Johnson he texted her after Linda Johnson started showing up on the streams. And he was like, Linda, honey, are you really going to be divorced from your husband? Are you coming back here? Whatever. And she wrote him back this scathing thing. It was brutal. I'm just seeing if I still have it. It's going back. It's going back a little bit of a ways. No, and I'll give you the beats of it. It was just kind of like, maybe I took a picture of it while I look for it. It was just like, how dare you? She called him a John, and she basically said, you were nothing more to me than a John. And I used you to get things done around the apartment. And then she said, I will never forgive you for what you did to my cat. And then I asked him about that, and he didn't really have a straight answer, but I was like, oh. And she's like, I have a real man now, and he buys me expensive things. You're a loser. Please don't ever text me again. And, of course, his response was like, ha, 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 I know you're just kidding around, Linda. You'll always be my honey. And there was no response from her, and she basically wrote back like, "I'm blocking you." So yeah, they definitely had sex, but it's like she called him a John, and I'm still trying to find that text. Is this it? Oh, I got it. Hold on, I got it. I'll read it to you. So this is I don't have it in context. I don't have what he wrote her, but it was something along the lines of what I told you, like "Hi, honey." So she writes, "Hello, Perry!" Exclamation point. It's Linda. I never want to be in your life ever. If I find you repulsive, you were never my boyfriend. You were just a John and someone I used to get things done. You put your pickup on the internet as if you were in a relationship with me. I think you're delusional. And she spells your Your. Keep taking those meds because you're fucked up in the head. Cuz CUZ. After what you did with my cat and lying about us having a relationship together, you sicken me. I will never forgive you for what you did to my cat. You need to get your brain examined. My life is fabulous now, and my husband and I go to LA often, except not since this COVID-19. That sounds like a Perry line too, like not since this COVID-19. He bought me a BMW for Christmas and a diamond ring and a Louis Vuitton bag. He's a wonderful man with class, unlike you. You're a loser and a creep, and I'm sorry I ever met you. Lose my number forever and go fuck yourself, you retarded nutcase. You're gross. You gross me out, weirdo. Yuck. And then she gave a vomit emoji. And then to that, Perry responded, ha ha ha. Linda, I know you're kidding and you'll always be my honey. And then she writes simply, I'm blocking you. So that was Linda Johnson. So anyway, yeah, I think they really had they really had sex. Is it I don't know what it was. I mean, she called him a John. So I think she had him, like he did chores for her, like probably moved furniture and shit, and like drove her around, and she would, have sex with him. But I mean, that's crazy. But yeah, if whoever out there writes as Linda Johnson, I think the cat. I forget how. I think I told somebody about the cat thing, but yeah, if anybody out there writes as Linda Johnson, bring up the cat thing, because I don't know what that is, but she basically says, I will never forgive you what you did to my cat. That leads me that there's something there. I don't know what he did. Yeah, did he kill the cat accidentally? Did he kick the cat in a fit of rage? I mean, anything is possible, but. Was he supposed to take care of it for her and she went out of town and he forgot to feed it and the cat died of starvation? It could be any of those things. And yeah, she does sound like a horrible bitch. I mean, look, I'm not saying like Linda Johnson's clearly a terrible person as well. Like she's not, but that the brutality of her text went right over Perry's head, because he just laughed it off like, you're just kidding, But yeah, that's yeah, where's the line? Are we in agreement that he killed the cat? Because that's where I go. I'll never forgive you what you did to my cat. And that to me is not like, oh, he fed it the wrong thing and the cat was sick for a few days. You would get over that. But if he killed your cat, that's something you would still remember. Yeah, maybe he microwaved it. Ran it off. Yeah, something. I don't think it was sexual, but there's something weird happened. Something weird happened with that cat, for sure. And she was like really. Yeah, something. And she was up on a higher floor, so it could have been something out the window or something. Yeah, or maybe he lost it. Maybe he took the cat for a walk. Or. It could be anything. We could be here all night dissecting that. But that was he did something bad. Let's just put it that way. He did something bad. maybe he said something to Dynamo. I mean, I definitely put that when I found that text, and I don't remember how far back that was. We're going back a few months now. I definitely wanted that explored more, but he didn't have any information on it, or he forgot. But maybe I don't know. Maybe Linda can make a appearance this Sunday, because he writes these people too. Like if he has you, if the few people that come in on the streams, with the names or whatever, he writes them. Like he even contacted his brother, not his brother, his cousin Mark, who he has a couple of cousins. His cousin Mark's actually a decent guy, and he's semi-involved with the stream in a way, because he handles a lot of Perry's accounting and stuff, and Perry also owes him a lot of money, but he immediately goes to Mark and tells Mark about, like, that fucking bitch Amy was on my stream again, and she's laughing like a fucking demon, bragging about the Ferrari she bought, and she's like, I don't think he does it now, but it was like a couple months, like, I think his cousin, like, kind of me, I forget what the conversation was, but it was something like, he believed it. He's like, well, they're crazy, because he hates them too. He's like, yeah, well, they're crazy. It's like, tell them to go fuck themselves. Like, he actually believes that it was, really his Perry's sister. I guess it's his sister-in-law too. No, it's not his sister-in-law. Whatever that would be. But he was like, yeah, they're evil, and it was like, that fucking bitch Amy is, because there's a couple of ones like Pablo. I had to straight out tell him one time, because he was sent that shirt that said Pablo was right, and the next day, or the next Monday, whatever day of the week that was, he was on his way to his lawyer's office to show the shirt, like, look what this fucking guy is sending me in the mail. And I was just like, and I caught him in the car, and I was like, what are you doing? He's like, no, he was being evasive. He's like, don't worry about it. And whenever he says, don't worry about it, my antenna is up. I'm like, no, really, where are you going? I'm going to my attorney's office, okay? Like, what are you going there for? I am showing the fucking shirt that the guy who rear-ended me sent me, okay? Because I want it in court, and I want this guy sued. And I was like, okay, Perry, well, you know that it's probably not the real guy who sent it, right? It's probably a fan who thought it was funny based on your reactions. No. It was him, okay? It was him. So having this whole conversation back, he's on his way to his attorney. And I don't know if the attorney would probably just be like, this is a waste of my time. I'm sure the attorney knows what he's dealing with. But I was able to convince him, like, no, Perry, turn around. This is nonsense. And then I was like, it's probably not the real guy. By the way, the real guy's name is not Pablo. I don't even know. It's just how that came to be. But anyway, by the next stream, it was just, he was back in again. He was just like, you hit me, and I don't drive a Kia. So there was just like back to the whole thing, So. But like, he complains to like other people in his life, It's like, oh, how are your streams going? Like, going really well, except when my fucking cunt sister-in-law gets on there. Like, I don't talk to her. I want nothing to do with her. I keep telling my moderators to block her, and she keeps coming back on, and she laughs like a fucking devil. He goes on and on about her, like even off the stream, like I forget today, was it today or yesterday? I don't know, I forget, but it was like before the stream. He's like, and if my fucking sister-in-law shows up, it's just so funny to me. Like there would be no point in even telling him, like, hey, that's not really your sister-in-law. It's somebody else. That's just somebody. Anybody can make up any name. God damn, you're an idiot. Oh my God, you're so stupid. That's her. And clearly Amy listened to the Patreon phone call today, because she knew the exact number, the exact amount that was left in Perry. So if you're not a Patreon member, there was a phone call between him and I where he goes deep into some Amy stories, and he was telling me he gave the exact dollar amount that was left in his mom's bank account that Amy and Brian allegedly drained. It was like $137 and something cents. And of course, Amy, quick to the draw, writes it tonight, and he goes, she even wrote the fucking amount. It's her. He knew. So, has there ever been times where I've thought to distance? Yeah, I definitely thought to distance myself from Perry. It's not really an option now, but yeah, there have been times where I've needed a little breather. But I have a good working relationship with it now. Like I compartmentalize him and the things that he needs and stuff. So. It's fine. Boy, do I believe Perry's story about Brian stealing his mother's inheritance. Yeah, I do, because he has other people to back it up, his two cousins, and they say the same thing. So I mean, there might be more to it. You know, we don't have Brian's side, but I do believe it. I to a point. You know, I think there might be something else there that I don't know. Yeah, the attorney would tell him that it would be impossible to authenticate the T-shirt. The exile from the Javajos is pretty straightforward. I mean, they were on him for a long time. To you know, well, first of all, leave the big three. And then, you know, they would always like confront him with like video clips that they would find online, or like something, you know, something that he did. And, you know, and if you haven't noticed, like Perry's very subservient to authority figures. You know, especially people that he thinks are above him. And he does, you know, and I've kind of taught him to have a little self-respect, you know, like don't let people push you around. You know, you're a man. You have your own things. You know, even me. Don't let me put. You know, the stream is one thing, but like, you know, I'm careful to let Perry be his own man. You know, I don't want to be like, you know, one of these people that pushes him around. So, but yeah, it was coming to a head, obviously. You know, with him doing the streams and him doing everything else, and it was basically like you have to delete all your pages. You know, include, you know, Instagram, Twitter, get off Facebook, get off, and Twitch, get off Twitch, quit this big three thing that you do. You have to leave it all behind. And Perry was ready to do it. And again, like, God, over the months, the past 6 months, really, there would be calls of, Tom, yeah, the brothers had a meeting with me after our, you know, services on Monday, and unfortunately, I can no longer do these streams. Yeah, we gotta shut it all down. This OnlyFans garbage, or this Twitch garbage. Yeah, the brothers don't like it, so we gotta stop all this. And yeah, I'm not doing any more podcasts either. I'm like, and it's like, it was such a weird line in the sand, because it's like an ethical thing. Like, I don't, you know, and I was always really careful with it. Like, I don't want to like take somebody's religion away, you know, because that's kind of fucked when you get to like, you know, but, and even like there was a period where I, you know, it was easier for me to say that I was a witness too, because it made him easy. But then that just started making me sick to my stomach. And I was like, you know what? I can't even do this, because they're not a religion. Like, they're not classified as a religion. They're a straight up cult. And once you make that line in the sand, and then look, like here's finally something, you know, the Perry Care of a Life. Here's finally something that he can start paying his own rent. He could start paying his own bills. This is a job. Like anybody else has a job. Like this is his job. And I'll be goddamned if I'm going to let these motherfuckers, you know, pull this rug out when we finally got something going. So, yeah, good night. If you're logged, I understand. I'm going to be logging off soon too. But I'll be goddamned if I'm going to let these motherfuckers take something away that I've worked my ass off to get some kind of monetization and stabilization for him. So that made it easy. And then I just, you know, there's some things that went on slowly but surely, just having sincere conversations with him. Be like, listen, Perry, on one end, you have this thing that you can do that puts money in your pocket, that puts food on your table, that pays that could at the time could possibly pay your rent. Now it is paying his rent. Or you have a bunch of creepy old men that are making up rules for you to follow. And there was a lot of back and forth. But then, he finally had, and I was proud of him because he left them before they just, I guess they eventually disfellowshipped you anyway by default. But basically, they wanted to have one of these other meetings with him. And it was like that Sunday before he did that announcement. And it was right around the time where, I guess it was January something. It was around whatever the inauguration was, that Sunday before. And he was supposed to do a stream that night on the inauguration. And we canceled it because he was just so mentally worn out from the witness bullshit. Like, they were calling him, he was calling them, and, they started doing all this bullshit behind the scenes, and his Bible study guy was calling me. And I just was like, you know what, dude? It's like, you're not going to tell us what to do. You're not taking this away. Sorry. I'm not putting up with it anymore. And then, I had a really long conversation with Perry, but by the next, that meeting that week, he told him, he's like, I'm done. That next, I guess it was the Sunday after, whenever the inauguration was. And then the next stream, he had the big announcement, his major announcement stream, and that's when he announced it. And he's been pretty good. Look, it's not an easy thing to pull yourself away from that. Consider he's been in that his entire life, which is not necessarily true because he had definitely long stretches where he was away from it. But his mother was heavily involved. His cousin Mark's not into it, which is a big help, pulling him away from it. But once I got past that ethical problem where I thought, like, hey, listen, this isn't an issue of ethics. These are bad people. Because I saw the things they were doing. They were literally trying. They don't care. Like, they would rather see him homeless. And I had a straight up conversation with one of his quote unquote elders, and I basically explained, okay, Perry's situation. He's not making any money. This. He'd be homeless if I wasn't contributing to him, and this thing that he has now could actually sustain him. And I said, would you rather see him homeless or adhere to all of your rules? And his answer was like stone-faced. I mean, I don't know if he was stone-faced. I wasn't seeing him, but it was like this very stoic response. It was like, well, I think it's more important for Perry to be in God's kingdom on a paradise earth. And the only way towards that is to adhering to the laws which we are set forth by the High Council, whatever. He was going on this gobbledygook, and I was like, okay, this guy is as brainwashed as anybody else. So, it was just weird. And I just knew this. They would literally rather see him homeless. They would really, and they haven't contributed a dime to him. If they all along in the past few years, if they had been, oh well, we're putting food on Perry's plate, we're helping him pay, but they weren't doing shit. They didn't care about him. Perry was like the lost puppy of their congregation that they sort of tolerated. So, anyway, it's a longer story, but that's basically the ins and outs of it. But Perry, I made it his decision. I wasn't going to say you have to leave because that would be wrong. Really, it needed to be his decision, and it was. At the end of the day, it was his decision, and he told him he would do it. Now, did he have conflict about it at first? Yeah, but now I think he's very happy because he's actually connected with people that he knew that were witnesses that are now former witnesses, that they talk now and they talk about being able to do things and being liberated from being former witnesses. So that's a good thing. Like he's able to have those kind of connections. But I think he misses the routine because the whole Jehovah's Witness thing gave him a routine. Like he dressed up in that dopey suit that he would do, and he had his Thursday meetings and then his Sunday meetings. And now I make sure that we try to do business meetings on Thursday nights where we just talk business. We talk numbers, we talk how well the streams are going, what's working on the streams, what's not working on the streams. It's like his finances and stuff like that, and it's just a way for me to fill that void that he had with the other meetings, because I know it's tough on Sundays, and that's another thing that's great about streaming on Sundays is it fills that void that he'd normally be sitting in front of the computer on a Zoom meeting with the witnesses for hours, so he might as well be earning money for it doing this, so it fills another void. So it's all about that. But yeah, it's tricky. It was hard, it was getting him out of that was not easy. It was a long, I mean, I'm truncating it here, but it was a long road of conversations, and it's not something you could scam into him, so it's just, yeah, I think they're worse than Scientologists, really. If they really wanted to keep him, they should have followed through on that pretty witness. Yeah, exactly. It's just, but it was overall bad for him. And I think, getting back to even like the homophobia stuff, which really I'm just trying to get away from for various reasons, but that, like, they fostered that too. And I've noticed just him being away from it, he's less of a blatant homophobe. Like he's still himself, and he's still like, I'm not gay, but he's not as, depending on his mood, he's not as knee-jerk crazy about it. You know what I mean? So I think that's a good thing. And it's just, at the end of the day, is it a good thing? Is it a good thing that he's out of there? And I said, yes. Like, if he was a devout Christian, let's say, and he was going to church every Sunday, and I said, no, you can't go to church, I'd be legit a bad person, because I'd be taking somebody's religion away from them. And I wouldn't feel good about that, but this I don't feel bad about, because it's, I think everybody agrees they're a cult. It's not a thing. And somebody says, do you think he misses being a witness? I think he does. I don't think he'll admit it to me, because I think he would keep that from me. He wouldn't say, but he does. They also, when he left, they try to do, they do some messed up stuff, like, they like that border on harassment, and they didn't like me at all, because they blame me as the person that pulled him away, and there was a little back and forth there. But yeah, I think he misses the community. I think he misses the routine of it, and part of the reason for doing these streams is like making this kind of a community. And I like the streams, like tonight, for example, was a perfect example of a stream that has a nice balance to it, where he's not getting hit like boom, 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 boom. There's some nights where he's just getting shrapnel left and right, and that's entertaining in a way, but it's also not, you want him to come out feeling good at the end of the day. It's always about making, Perry needs to win at the end of the day. Otherwise, then you're beating up on somebody, and I never want to do that. So that's why I really like the innocent stuff. Like turning his microwave around. It's so stupid, and it's so innocent, and it's so unoffensive, and non-mean spirited. Like, the popcorn thing, the same thing. I gravitated towards that. The shop vac, the credenza, there's so many things that are like that. And then there's the real, like, they don't really come in as much anymore, really. They're not like the visceral jabs. But anyway, like I was saying, tonight is a good balance, because he got positive build up. There was a lot of nice comments that really builds him up. And when he says, thank you, I appreciate that, I think he genuinely means that. I think he does appreciate that. I do. I think I know for a fact he's proud of this channel. He's proud of this stream. He's proud that, he has a legitimate part on a show on Adult Swim that we're filming at the end of May. And he's filming, this is a real credit, and it could possibly turn into a reoccurring thing. Possibly, I don't know, but he's proud of that, and he should be. And I lay it on a little thick sometimes, where I'm like, hey, you're risking this and you're risking that, and it's just a way to kind of snap him out of like that psychotic baby mode he gets into. But he's yeah, boy, if you just came on, somebody's like, I just signed out. What did I miss? You missed a lot. Yeah, it's like that's the thing too. Like Joey says, like the Joeyness will disown each other. Yeah, when that's the other thing too. We watch documentaries together. Like I'd literally sit in front of my screen and share a screen with him, and we'd go on YouTube and watch documentaries about Jehovah's Witnesses and the real side of them, and how like we watched that Leah Remini Scientology show. They had a whole episode about Jehovah's Witnesses, which we watched together, and that really hit home with him because like they talk about like like people who leave the witnesses and you're shunned by like your family, and that's not necessarily the case with Perry because he doesn't have that much close family that are involved in the witnesses. His other cousin, who he doesn't really talk to a lot anyway, but that's about it. But yeah, so we watched that. We watched a lot of YouTube stuff of like some documentaries, some testimonials, some former Jehovah's Witnesses, and and again, it's repetition with Perry, so you got to watch things a couple of times. So I just spent a lot of nights just like watching that stuff with him, and it's like that's like the nurturing aspect. And I always use an analogy where it's like you can't treat somebody like this like an animal, like where it's like okay, even like a bear at the zoo that performs for people a couple of days a week or whatever, and then it just goes back to its cave and you expect it to come out and perform for you in a few days. No, you have to nurture that bear. You have to make sure it's fed. You have to make sure it's loved. You have to make sure it's cared for. You have to, go above and beyond. You can't just, have it perform like like a dancing monkey, for lack of a better word, and then like do none of the nurturing aspects. So there was a lot of that, and it was like a lot of time, very time consuming. That whole process of his exodus from the witnesses, just it was a lot. It was a lot that I'm not even cognizant of or conveying properly. It was a whole process, and me rambling about it isn't going to do it justice. Yeah, some tip comments annoy me, but only the ones that just don't get, like there's ones that just there's like I was saying earlier, like there's ones that just really just go at him in a way that's not clever, that's not funny, that's not anything, and then there's some that just the really like hardcore gay ones. I just again I'm just trying to get past that because number one, I think it's time, and number two, Twitch and YouTube are both, entities that really frown against that kind of stuff. That like really, they don't like it. So it could get them in trouble. So there's a lot of that, but yeah, there's none that I could think of recently that pissed me off. But it's like. I see some things in a regular chat sometimes that piss me, but so I'm not always engaged in it, but I'll sometimes see something like, oh, this guy should shut the fuck up, like they'll try to be like directing with me, or like they're like, oh, you do this, or do, I'm like, okay, I've been doing this a little while, I think I know what I'm doing, I don't, but then again, I really don't get that offended against anything. I mean, even like like I'll post a video on YouTube and like somebody will say something like, oh, Tom talks too much or something like that. And that doesn't bother me because I'd probably think the same thing if I was on the other side of it. But I've really been trying to find that balance of, because I've realized I need to engage him on the stream, not just in his earpiece, and have a back and forth to a certain extent, and then let him go for as long as he could possibly go for, without any kind of nudging. And that can be a 20-minute stretch, it could be a 30-minute stretch. So finding the balance of when to come in, when to stay quiet and let him do his thing is still an evolving process. But sometimes he just needs, he needs the kick in the butt, I couldn't wake Perry up now if I wanted to. I think my phone died. And also, I think he turned off his computer, or maybe he restarted it. The concrete bat, yeah. Well, I think he got in trouble. There's somebody says, do you read YouTube chat and Twitch at the same time? Yeah. So what I'm looking at is the Streamlabs, ground control. basically. And I didn't realize this until I forget how long ago. Maybe it was like a month or two ago. But there's one side where you click on it says Twitch, right, and that's all Twitch chat. And then if you click on this tab, it's called multi-stream, and then that gives you both YouTube and Twitch. And I didn't realize it was even there until I don't know, like maybe 2 months ago. But you have to click on it manually. So now it's just part of the pre-show ritual where I click multi-stream. So now YouTube and Twitch come up at the same time. So I see both of them. And sometimes I don't start it. And then I'm like, oh, I didn't click multi-stream. And then all of a sudden YouTube chat will come in. But I think Twitch is the home base still, really. So most people watch on Twitch. But the YouTube numbers have been going up. We're still... And the number he had, I was watching him a little bit. I hate when he starts looking at the numbers because he's like, from his vantage point, like he's looking at the total viewers, and it's just when he darts his eyes over there, it's just that, like there's things that he does that really annoy me, and that's one of them. But the YouTube numbers have been great lately, and there might be a point where they're higher than Twitch, but I think Twitch is still the hub. But what do I think about his obviously fake stories, but he knows them so well he repeats them? Well, that's the thing. He's repeated them so much. That's why he knows them so well. It's like a bedtime story at this point. His mother-daughter foursome. Yeah, that's clearly bullshit. I mean, I don't know. You can't really. As well as I know him, his mind still works in a fascinating way. And that's why there's nobody like him. There is nobody on Twitch, there's nobody on YouTube that is like him, especially in this venue where he's not working, there's no overarching thing. It's just, it's his channel, he's in his apartment and he's talking to you guys and he's answering you guys and he's opening your mail and he's getting deliveries and stuff. And his reactions are never the same. Like the Suge Knight thing, for example. Like, you would think that would have run its course by now, but he always engages with it every single time, and he says something different every time. And even Amy, whatever, you can go on and on and on. Like the credenza, people I have people must be like, I think the microwave thing is boring now. It's been done too much, or like. This, whatever, people have their own opinions, but it's like, well, is it because he reacts differently every time? And then people find a way to make it, like, find another layer in it. So I don't know. I find that interesting, about him, where he's like when he touches his earpiece. I want to get rid of the earpiece entirely, but I'm afraid to, because then he might say something stupid, or it does benefit me when he goes in the hallway and I could still talk to him. And the real way to do it would be just to pipe in the stream audio to an earpiece, so when he goes away you could hear it. I just haven't figured that out yet. But yeah, he's one of a kind. There's nobody like him. Find me a streamer. Like, you could find fat angry guys on YouTube and Twitch all day long, but you're not going to find someone like him. And that's why when you see new people come into these streams, like, what have I stumbled in on? What am I watching here? Because they've never seen anything like him too. And and what's great about this chat and you guys is you're so. You're very good at embracing new people, and you immediately fill them in. Who's this narrator guy? Oh, that's Tom. That's Perry's handler. That's Perry's manager. Is this guy for real? Yes, he's for real. You should watch this. You should do, and when we've seen, and I say we, like the Perry Caravello Live staff or whatever, we've seen new people immediately turn into subscribers, like within 2 weeks. And then in 2 weeks, they're sending in like what happened in 1992 comments. And they were they didn't know about them 2 weeks ago. So that's, find me another streamer that has that level of engagement. It doesn't exist. Do I see the stream motivating Perry to stop Big Three stuff? He recently told Nanny doesn't. He says it all the time. He doesn't need it. It's nonsense. It's nonsense. No, Perry's gonna do whatever I tell him to do. Perry's never gonna be the one to quit the Big Three. Mark my words on that. Other people might quit, but he won't. He's still gonna do it. And I think there's a lot of fun with, successful Perry. There's a lot of fun there. How do you figure Perry didn't fall for the whole QAnon thing? I thought he'd be an easy. I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I kind of checked out of like political stuff for a while, and I really almost don't know. I don't want to sound like an ignoramus. I pretty much don't know about QAnon. I know what the basic thing is, and I know it's like this weird conspiracy theory thing. But I know he watches some crazy far-right shit on YouTube because, like, I'll have to log in his computer sometimes to, like, get a file off his phone or something like that. And he'll be watching YouTube, and it'll be, like, oh, yeah, like that thing, like that Hodge twins. I have no idea who the fuck those are. I have no idea who they are. I legit don't know who they are. But, like, he's, like, really into some... Like and again, when he was in the witness thing, like, I'm not political, it's a worldly matter. It's like, get the fuck out of here. All he does is watch this shit, and it's beyond Fox News. He's just like, he's really into this hard far right shit, and maybe not so much now, but because he was into that whole like Dominion thing, whatever, like that, like rigged, he was right in there with like Mike Lindell and all that stuff. So he's a little less so now. Yeah, Faster Blade. I'm going to show you Mercy in a minute because I am gonna log off. I got to walk this fucking dog. It's not my dog, by the way, but I have to walk it anyway. And then I gotta eventually go to sleep. But I can never go to sleep right after the stream, ever. Like I'll edit sometimes, and sometimes I'll get something to eat because I skip dinner. Other times I'll just like play like Nintendo or something. I'll play like Mario Kart on the Switch or so, or I'll watch YouTube or something. I can never go right to bed. It just doesn't happen, which is brutal during the week because I have to get up early. But tomorrow I can take it easy a little bit. I still got to edit I'm like, last week was like a fucking disaster for me. So I lost a bit of a step in editing the YouTube videos. And I'm slowly catching up now, but I'm gonna take tomorrow. I think I'm gonna take tomorrow off. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, people say he quit the Big Three $1 million. But anybody worried about Perry quitting the Big Three is fucking nonsense. Fucking nonsense. Fun with Perry is he almost has a mythology and an origin story. It's like a bizarre comic book. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Yeah, there's a documentary about QAnon on HBO that a friend of mine told me to watch, and I will eventually. But Hodge twins are normal conservatives. Okay, I didn't know that. I thought they were like far right dudes. Like, and like you said, black twins. I just thought of like Diamond and Silk. Those are the only ones. Those are the only ones I knew about. So, because I got really sick of any kind of political stuff a while ago, like way before the election, maybe a couple of years ago, and I just kind of mentally checked out to the point where I like literally didn't care anymore. So, when I hear like some of these like keywords and stuff, I feel like an ignoramus that's not clued in, but I'm not. I'm clued in enough to get by, but I'm not. I don't live and breathe it. The haunted house. Yeah, that was my girlfriend coming into the office telling me that she was going to bed, but I try to wave her. Like, I'm just like, can you fucking hear me talking? I'm on the thing. Can you not like make these like sounds and stuff? Which is annoying. Like, I try to be pretty private about my personal life, but yeah, that was just somebody opening the door coming in. Yeah, I'm gonna sleep. I'll sleep. See, it's weird. Like whenever, like tomorrow, like I'll sleep so late that Perry will call me when he gets up, and he's 3 hours behind, and that maniac will get up at like 8 a.m. or something like that, and that'll be that means 9, 10, 11 a.m. my time. So he'll call me at 11 a.m. I will guaranteed still be in bed at 11, and yeah, he'll call. But like I said, I'm not going to answer the phone. In fact, my phone died. I'll probably just leave it dead until I have really no one I need to be reaching out to tomorrow. Oh, so people have seen the QAnon documentary on HBO? Like, yeah, I will watch it. I started watching. There was another, like, again, I start watching. I don't like. Is it multi-part documentary or is it one thing? Because I don't like the multi-part. I always lose interest in when, because like last year, right around this time, like when the pandemic was in full swing, there was a documentary on HBO about the like McDonald's Monopoly scandal, where like they these people like figured out how to cheat the Monopoly game. And I watched it. I was into it for like 3. I was like, oh, there's another part. Okay, I'll watch part 2. And it was like 3 parts. I was like, Jesus Christ, how fucking long is this? It was like 6 part. And I just stopped watching it because I just burnt out. He's like, I can't watch this anymore. Wow, you were Paul Marcy. You were at the Big 3 Sundance VPN show, and that must have been a real experience, because I remember as a fan watching that, I'd be like, wow, that would be crazy to be in that audience with like a whole group of people that had no idea what was going on. That's really, I'd love to be in that room, because that's the thing. Like, it's not that kind of thing where it's openly inviting to new people right away. You have to ease your way into it. But I think with Perry on the streams here, it is openly, it's very accessible. You can jump in and be like, oh, here's a guy dressed in a sailor suit doing the robot in his hallway. By the way, name me another streamer that has a ring cam. That's another, thing. It's like, good night, Rooster. Good night. Yeah, I'm waiting for these. Like Perry says, like, I am not going on until I have 300 viewers. Yeah, so I'm not going off until I have under 300, and it looks like we're almost there, and then I'll sign off. That should always be the thing. Like, yeah, I do not sign off until I dip under 300. Okay, I'm not a loser. Oh, fucking QAnon is 6 episodes. Oh, fuck that. I just don't have the fucking time. Like, my downtime is so precious that, like, if I watch something, it's got to be like A-list. Like, I'm past the point now where, like, even when I was in my like 20s and 30s, I like my friends and I, we'd always like watch bad movies, deliberately watch bad movies. Like, oh, let's watch some bad movies and, like, rank on it, whatever. Now it's like I would never willingly watch a bad movie because I have so much value from my time, my free time as an adult. Like, I'm very picky about what I watch now, because that's 2 hours of my time, or 3 hours, or whatever. Like, I'm not investing in something knowingly bad. But yeah, we're still alive. Yeah, the ring cam is so fucking frustrating lately, because they're not supporting the Windows version anymore, which is what I use for the stream. So I got to figure out another way to get the ring cam on the stream, and I've been toying around with like Android emulators, because the Android one runs smooth on like my tablet, or on my phone, but it doesn't run smooth on the emulators for whatever reason. So I'm still figuring it out. I was trying to, I don't know. It's a whole day project that I got to figure out. But they're fine. Like, I could still pull the archives off, and for the YouTube version, it's fine. But like tonight when he was doing the robot, you got to click it in, and my mouse is too. I got to figure out a new setup, because like my mouse is too like this. It's too. I just lowered the audio. It's too clicky. And I gotta find a better setup, and I'm anyway, that's a story for another day. But there's all these little things I need to do, but again, my downtime is consumed by other things, and it's hard to find the time. And then before you know it, you got to do another stream, and like, oh, I didn't figure out this problem or that problem, and then it's like, well, here we go. Let's just get through it. So the QAnon, yeah, I'll get into it eventually. I got to fly out to LA next month. Well, late next month, so maybe I'll just like, it's something that I'll like watch on the plane or something. I wasn't a big Twitch person. It's really great, and it alerts you when Perry is on. Great job, Tom. It's really taken off. Yeah, thanks. It has taken off, and I like that about it, where it just alerts you automatically, where it's like, yeah, Perry's live. You don't have to worry about it. We still push out social media stuff, but that's less and less of an issue when you're a follower or subscriber. It's just like boom. Yeah, see, there you go. Like Amy just said, like, I value my time way too much to watch a 6-episode documentary, but yet you hang out for an 8-hour stream, and I guess that's the value of this stream. Yeah, somebody, a good friend of mine was saying that to me the other day, where it's like, and he meant it, like, and he was not necessarily a big 3 fan, but knew about Perry, and now like watches basically every stream, much to the chagrin of his wife, and is basically like, yeah, find me another entertainment vessel that can sustain 6 hours of entertainment 3 days a week consistently, and it's good. Now, is it all good? No, probably not. I mean, there's some lulls. Of course it would have to be, but he said pound for pound, it's like, very good, and that's gratifying, and you got to give Perry the lion's share of the credit, because he's the figure, he's the person in front of the camera, and he's, I'm hard on him sometimes, where I'm just like, sit down, and I get frustrated, but he's getting better, and I am legit really proud of him for pulling this off, because I think when this whole thing started, I think people tuned in just to see how much of a shit show it would be, like how much of a disaster it would be, to see Perry just like blankly like not how to do it, and okay, that was a fun 10 minutes, and then Perry's computer crashed or whatever, but no, he was good. And somebody like that, if you go back to the very first stream, the one that was on OnlyFans, his election night coverage, that was I think it didn't show its potential to the very end, where Perry was sent like Wendy's chili, and then he storms out of his chair to go return the chili to the kitchen or put the chili away, and he trips and falls, and the chili goes all over the fucking wall, all over the carpet, and he's like, motherfucker, goddamn motherfucker, scream. And I think that's, everybody who was watching that live, including myself, was like in tears, laughing, and that's when you knew, as good as that stream was up to that point, that's the moment you knew that this was going to work. This anything can happen at any moment. That's, not only was it going to work, but you really had to be there live. And if you weren't there live, you felt like you were missing something. So that's what it all comes down to. And even if you go to that stream, you just got to go to the end. Yeah, he was wearing his Trump shirt. Yeah, it's like for the few of us that were there. I mean, I don't know how many people in here were here for that first stream, but yeah, Matt Ryan says, watching the chili incident was literally the hardest I've laughed. I mean, honestly, same. And I was on, I think I was on live. I had to mute myself because I could not breathe. I couldn't breathe. I was crying. And it takes a lot for me to laugh hard at Perry stuff. But when when that fucking chili went against the wall, I mean, goddamn, that just, I knew like, okay, yeah, this is a thing. He can do this. And he can do it well, and this is a thing. And maybe not every week are you going to get a chili spill, but anything can happen at any time. And it's that, or it could be a fish, it could be a million other things. But goddamn, was that, yeah, that just really drove it home. And then the frustration the next week, he had a similar thing. It wasn't as good as the first one, but he was in a fucking, the people that remember the second stream, the one that we lost, that, because OnlyFans couldn't archive it properly or whatever. He was getting food, and he got some kind of like Italian sauce thing, and he spilt it all over his computer. Like, he was he's very careful now to open things, and the reason he's careful is because of these early missteps. And this one was like, again, it was early November, and it was like OnlyFans. It was a live stream, and he's opening this like container of tomato sauce, and it like he something happened where it wasn't a colossal spill, but it was a spill, like, it went all over his keyboard, and he's like, fuck, god damn it, motherfucker, and he starts slamming his fist onto the thing and goes crazy. It's over, we're done, fuck you. And it was another one. I was like, oh, that was great. And then when that happened with that is we lost the stream. Like, we don't have it because the OnlyFans, whatever, they fucked it up. And that's, I've told this story before. That's basically what led us here. Was their inefficiency and their terrible infrastructure. But that was for the people that were there for that first stream. That I think that's a badge of honor. When Perry was getting hype trained, that's another one. When Perry, it was like the end of the stream. It was already over, and then he was getting like 80 subscribers in like 10 minutes, and the lights were off, and they kept coming in. And he just, all he wanted to do was sign off because it was great. Yeah, it's just. Yeah, the chili incident's it's on the YouTube. It's called like My First Stream or something like that. It's shit quality because it's from OnlyFans. It's like shitty standard definition. It's like maybe 360p or something like that. It's a terrible resolution. Yeah, that's right, Joe. Yeah, he tried to show meatballs in the sauce and it spilled all over his earbuds and on the keyboard and he just lost it. See, I only know that one from memory. I wish we could have it, but in a way, again, that I'm very thankful for OnlyFans fucking up that stream because I think we would have been here eventually, but we got here a lot quicker because of that. The only thing better would be to grease the bottom of his microphone if somebody touches it. Yeah, I had this fantasy where I got to go to his apartment. And again, I still don't know how I'm going to work the streams when I'm out there. I might have to be on my laptop in his dining room or whatever. Or I don't know. But I was thinking, like, it'd be funny if, like, I raised enough money for the microwave and I just, like, went over to that counter and I literally just threw everything on the floor in one swoop. I'd have to do it really quick because he'd have to be sitting down and he's going to get over to me real fast. So I'd have to, like, literally, like, the Rice Krispie treats, everything on there, just fucking knock it into the kitchen, grab the microwave, turn it around, and by then he'd probably have me tackled or be after me to, like, I would definitely get a sock in the face for that. Or the other thing I was thinking, like have it like a mailbag, but I'd have to send stuff to myself. Like he opens mailbag and it's like, a penis soap dispenser, and I open up a mailbag and I'm getting like, a new phone or like a, something really nice, and the deliveries will come in and it'll be like he's getting the cracker pizza with the anchovies, and I'm getting like a ribeye with like a baked potato and vegetables. And I'm like, oh, thanks, this is great. Oh yeah, sure, you get the fucking ribeye and I get this fucking shit, you motherfuckers. Like I was just thinking of how that's gonna work and just spitballing ideas. But I don't know how it's gonna work. I don't know how it's gonna work because I gotta figure it out because he can't run the stream. He doesn't know how to like run tips or anything like that. He can't do that. I'd have to send them to myself or something because I couldn't have you guys buy like high end food for me or whatever. But like oh wow, rack of ribs. Wow, that's great. What did you get, Perry? I got a fucking bun with pickles, motherfuckers. Like, oh, okay. Anyway, it's like an idea I had in the shower. I was like, how is it gonna work when I'm in there? Like, if he's doing a stream, because I'm not gonna miss a stream. I mean, I'm gonna do it one way or the other, whether it's in like a hotel and I'm remoting in or whatever. Because I got to deliver his new computer. Because right now I'm running on my computer, which is easy, and he's just basically Skyping in. And I'm feeding back the audio to him. But when I go out there, I got to bring him his new computer, which I'm still in the process of building. And for those, the streams are going to run off his computer. And it should be powerful enough to run it. But so I don't know. I don't know how it's going to work. In the early days, I was just remoting into his computer and running Streamlabs off his computer. And when you look at those, especially those early Twitch streams where it's really super laggy, it's because his computer just wasn't up to snuff, just couldn't handle it at all. So, yeah, I get a Gina's Chinese chicken salad. That would be, yeah. And I actually hate salad, but that would be funny. Yeah, like all this fancy, it's such an obvious gag, but like all these like I get all this like high end like fancy stuff, and like Perry gets the yeah, you send me shit. But yeah, so I gotta figure out stuff, and I'm dreading going. I'm actually dreading going there too. I really don't want to go, but. And I realized too, like there's so many things I want to do at his place. I want to get him some better lighting, maybe like a better O lamp, because the ones he has now I don't think are cutting it. I want to get him a new desk, and I want to get rid of that entertainment center. But I think that's another trip. I can't do everything all at once, and I got so many things going on at the same time. I can't spend forever out there, so I'll have to figure it out. I don't even know where. I haven't figured anything out. I did look up flights though, and like first class to LA from New York is ridiculously cheap. It was like $700, like one way, but which isn't, it's pretty good. So I was like, I might treat myself to business class or something, since I am going for business. My favorite Perry meltdown would be impossible to decipher. There's many meltdowns that he has that are just like with me, like on the phone, like that, not recorded, just like he's just going off on me for whatever reason. Like I'll say the wrong thing and he'll just go fucking bananas. Like, so yeah, like I could never, I don't even. My favorite Perry thing ever, though, that I'll say this, like when he that thing where he was getting back to the whole witness thing, where he was talking to my mom on the phone about how I can't participate in Thanksgiving anymore, and he my mom, quote unquote, is like talking to Perry and riles him up and gets him upset and everything like that, and he at the end of the call calls her a cunt. He's like, you fucking bitch, you fucking cunt, and I'm listening to the whole thing live, and I'm waiting for it, and then it hangs up the phone, and then I start counting in my head like 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000. Then the phone rings. It's Perry, of course, and it's Perry, oh, hey, Perry. And my first thing was, so how'd it go? With talking to my mom. And his response to that is maybe my favorite thing ever, and I really had to like really control myself and not laugh or anything like that. But he goes, not good. just his delivery of the not good was like my favorite Perry response ever. This is never to be topped. I'll never forget how I felt during that, because it was such a success, and it went so above and beyond where I ever thought it was going to go. Like I thought he might like get mad at her and hang up, or like I thought he might be like, all right, Mrs. Brennan, I tried talking to you, but I gotta go, goodbye, and still be respectful. Never in a million years did I think that he was going to call her the C word in a bit. I mean, he just went ballistic. I'll tell you who played my mother if you can keep it in the family and not mention it outside of here. I will tell you. If we can all agree on that, I will tell you. If we can keep it to this conversation only and not post it anywhere and not give on the, oh, I know who it was. Because other people said, oh, I know who it was. Like, no, you don't. You don't know who it was. It's nobody famous. Okay, we all agree. It's an ex-girlfriend of mine who did some improv. And she was very naturally funny. And she knew Perry, obviously, because she was dating me. So she knew the ins and outs of it. Actually, we weren't dating at the time. She was an ex-girlfriend by the time that call came up. But I was looking for, he kept saying to me in general conversation, because it would be like Thanksgiving time would come up. And of course I'd be spending Thanksgiving with my family, but he thought I was a witness at the time, so I'd be like, my family's giving me trouble about that. Let me talk to your mother. I will explain things to you. And I was like, okay, that's not going to happen. And then a weird turn of events. If you know like the big, I don't even remember if it was Big Three, whatever. It might have been a Simply Don thing or whatever. My real mother actually played the woman when I guess it was a big, I forget. Anyway, where I was like going door to door and I went into the woman's house to like knock over her cabin. That was my real mother playing that on that. So my real mother was on it. But yeah, so but the one who played my mother is an ex-girlfriend of mine who was just, she had done some improv like professionally, and was just really good. And I, of course, while that call was going on, I was instant messaging her on the computer because I was listening to the call, and then she was on the call, and then I was like typing in. I'd be like, tell him that he sounds gay. Tell him that, tell him this, tell him that. And then she did it without missing a beat, and her delivery was perfect. So it worked out really well. I'm really proud of that. The way that whole thing turned out. But yeah, so she was very like, I don't want anybody, and every now and then, like, I'm still in touch with her, and I'll say, hey, people are still, like, somebody will post something on like, hey, that Tom's mom call was really great, and I'll like take a screenshot and I'll send it to her like, hey, people still talking about your performance, did a good job. And even Jimmy Kimmel was like, one time he's like, who played your mom? Like, who played Tom's mom? Like, that was really good. She was really good. And I told her that, and she was like really happy. Like, so I always pass along to her that like people really love that thing that where Perry blew up on my mom. So it was like, she's very appreciative of it. It's like, yeah. So that's who played my mom. And I've never told anybody that, so we'll keep it in our circle of trust. But yeah, just somebody who knew Perry, somebody who knew the ins and outs. You couldn't get a regular person to do it. Somebody said that was clearly Eleanor Kerrigan. I was like, get the fuck out of here, fucking Eleanor Kerrigan. She couldn't pull that off to save her fucking life. I don't think Jimmy keeps up with the Big Three thing. I mean, I think he's too busy. I mean that's me talking out of my ass. I mean, I don't know for sure. I just know. Do I also want the me and JQA references to die, or is it just yeah? I mean, I'm just kind of over it. It's just such an old storyline at this point where it's like, did it, and I just every time there's like a new song where I'm mentioned, I'm like, Jesus Christ, we going here again? Like then there was that duet we did last year. I'm like, okay, and this will be the end, right? This is the finale. And like, yeah, kind of. But yeah, I'm just kind of. It's just like, where else are you gonna go with it? It's like the pee drinking thing. I never liked that at all. That wasn't my idea. I always hated that. I always thought it was such a cringe thing. I'm like, ugh, I don't know. I'm just not into it. It's just, it was funny at the time because, like, Perry was so Perry, and I was still kind of new at the time it happened. Like, Perry's like, oh, Perry finally has this, like, real advocate, and then, like, oh, he's kidnapped by JQ. And it was, like, funny on that level, but, I don't know. There's weirder, there's aspects to it that I just don't like, so, I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of retired from that whole character anyway. Because I'm just playing a much bigger role, so I'm not like, I don't even like when Perry calls me his publicist anymore. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, are people checking out and coming back in and they're saying, is it still alive? Yeah, well, if JQA abducts me, will I be that stupid? How many times? I even lost track of how many times, because there's been like mini abductions too, like where he's like, taking me for a couple of days, so I forget how many, maybe there's 3 in total, maybe 4, I've lost track. More elaborate stuff, man. I mean, I'm really only planning Perry Careville alive, That's taken up most of my time. As far as elaborate stuff, I think the pandemic needs to be completely over for any elaborate stuff to take place, because how much can you really do, on like a Zoom chat or whatever, I mean, you got to be in person again. I don't know when that's going to happen. Like, I don't even know, like, are people even planning like live events for I mean, like the summer I think is pretty much going to be an upgraded version of last summer, where it's not going to be like normal, but it'll be more normal than the winter was. But I don't think it's going to be like people are going to be flying all over going to see events or anything like that. But yeah, I don't know. What sense of humor is too far? Yeah, it's just you pick and choose like what's too far. I mean, everybody has their own different sensibilities. My sensibility is different from other people, and then when you work in an overall project, everybody that comes into it's going to have their own lines and their own sensibilities, and you kind of got to agree to what's best for the. And it's like anything. It's like being in a writer's room, where you're all pitching ideas, and you're never going to get your idea out 100%. You got to take other people's opinions into it, and then there's usually a showrunner who is the ultimate arbiter. But that's the best thing about a collaboration, where you come at it from different perspectives and different styles, different senses of humor. But it's never 100%. Well, I got news for you. Corey says, I'm not saying this ends. It's going to end very shortly. It's going to end very. I just looked at I haven't looked at the time in a while, and I just looked at the time, and it's much later than I thought it was. Is Don passing the reins over to me? No. The reins that got passed to me was when Perry lost his disability. Those are the reins I unfortunately took. As far as Perry goes, as far as Perry's finances go, and Perry's life goes, it's like, yeah, I did not ask for those reins, but somebody had to take them, because otherwise he'd be living on the street. Probably not even in California. He'd be living on the street in Arizona. Has the real Amy and Brian complained? No, I don't think the real Amy and Brian know about this. I would love to get the real Amy's opinion of our Amy, and just watch. I bet she would like it. I bet from what, at least Perry's version, when Amy does the ha 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 ha, I bet she would. I defy the real Amy to not crack a smile during that. Imagine the real Amy watching an average Amy tip, where it's Brian and I are practicing your signature, and we're going to steal all your money. You will be poor and homeless. Ha 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 ha. And they're watching that at home, and Perry's freaking, you evil bitch, you stupid, that would be amazing. Don seemed bummed out as hell that the Comedy Store shut down. Yeah, it's been a fucked year. Yeah, of course. And think about that. No Comedy Store. There's no Kimmel, no studio audience. You don't have a venue to get out there and do your stuff. Yeah, who wouldn't be bummed by that? It's, and I don't see stand-up comedy making a comeback anytime soon. I see these dopey comics traveling around oh, I'm going here where, apparently COVID doesn't exist. And that's really? You're are you guys cool with are you guys going to be going out to live events anytime soon? Because I like going to concerts or whatever, but it's been such a weird year that I don't see myself jumping back into that fray anytime soon. There's some things that have happened with the pandemic that I kind of like. I've not missed people, to be perfectly honest. And I've not missed crowds. I don't like crowds. I'll deal with them when I have to, and I just don't see people easing themselves back into that. Are even here in New York, comedy clubs opened about 2 weeks ago, and they're putting on shows, and it's just really, are people okay with that? You're gonna go just watch some idiot talking to a microphone and talk about his fake girlfriend and his fake boss and his fake new apartment. And yeah, I think stand up is dead too. It's dead for a while at least. It's dead for a while. I don't know if it's gonna make a comeback, but you know, yeah, working from home. That's another important. That's another thing. It's like I obviously work from home doing this stuff, but shit, yeah, it's like that's why cities are fucked. Like New York City, any city, Chicago. Like look at these buildings, like these really expensive office buildings all over the city that have insane real estate inside them. And like if you're a company, even like a marginally sized company or lower, and you lease out, let's say 2 floors in the McGraw Hill building, let's say, now whatever that is per month, let's say it's, I don't know, I'm making up a figure, let's say it's $100,000 a month, which might be low, and now the past year you've had all your employees working from home and being very productive at it. Are you going to pay out that fucking rent? Are you going to renew that lease when that comes up? I don't fucking think so. So those, landlords are going to be in trouble, and you're going to see a lot of companies move out of big cities. I think. I mean, it's already happened. It's already been happening in New York. Why would you do that? If you're any kind of small business and you can have all your employees work at home and be super efficient at home, because that's the thing I notice for working from home myself, is I'm way more productive at home because you never turn it off. You'll do stuff and then, okay, it's dinner time, whatever. And then after dinner, you're like, oh, let me go back and finish that thing I was working on. You would never fucking do that if you left your office or whatever. Like, oh, let me drive back into work and finish that thing I was working on. No, but you'll do it at home because, oh, I can just step into my bedroom or my office or whatever and finish. Oh, let me finish sending that email, because you're basically always working when you're at home. To varying degrees. And so you have that level of productivity. Everybody's proven they can do it. Everybody's proven they like it. And I think you're going to see a major shift. I've worked as a writer and in writer rooms, and I had a really bad experience working in a writer. Like I without giving anything away, like I worked on this really fucking awful show. It was like, speaking of syndicated show, it was a syndicated show, drama show, and I was pretty new to it, to the gig, and I had this whole thing where like there was this character on the show, and I'm going to be as vague as possible, but like there was a character on the show that was just always kind of around, and I said, I was like, hey, I said to another writer, a female writer who was a friend of mine, and I said, hey, I want to pitch this in the room. What do you think? Because this character is always kind of on his, he's always kind of like hanging out, and he's supposed to be this like, wiser, older character. But I said, I think he could have a really good backstory, and the actor that played him had this like scar, and I was like, how he got the scar, and I pitched this whole thing about we could do like a backstory where he really opens up and his character will change a little bit, like it'll be like a new dynamic. And she's like, oh yeah, it's a good idea, you should bring that up, and but don't bring it up right away, like wait until you ease into the room a little bit more. I'm like, okay, I'll wait. So literally the next writer's room session, she brings up this idea that I had pitched to her that she told me to sit on, and she pitched it as if it was her own, which of course it wasn't. She's like, because she had nothing, like the room goes around like, oh, what do you got? It's like basically everybody has to contribute something, but if you're going to contribute something in a writer's room, it's got to be worthwhile. You don't want to talk out of your ass, and shut up if somebody, and you got to defer to better ideas. And then also merge ideas. Like, oh, I pitched this idea, but now you pitch this idea. Let's merge them because this element works on yours better than that element worked on mine, and vice versa. But anyway, so she basically pitched my entire idea. She embellished it a little bit and added her own thing. And they loved it. Oh, that's great. Yeah, you can do it. Yeah, okay. So anyway, so cut forward. It was like, oh, and then she's like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to like get into your thing. I was like, but it's not going to go anywhere. I'm like, okay. So anyway, things went on, and then like flash forward to months later, and I'm actually watching the show, not like live, but like on like a DVD or something. And then I see the credits open up and it says teleplay by, and it's like her name. She's never had a teleplay is like the screenplay for television. They call it a teleplay, but it's like, story by, teleplay by. It's sometimes the same person, sometimes different people. Anyway, her name's all over it. I'm like, oh, what did she do? And literally this fucking episode was exactly what I pitched like months earlier. The fucking carbon copy. And I was just like, this fucking bad. I was like Perry talking about Amy. Like, you evil, evil bitch. So that's a writer's thing, though. It's not. I've told that to other people, and they're like, yeah, that's common. That's just everybody's out for themselves. Nobody's your friend. And, people you think you trust, don't trust them. So, that's just the way it goes. But yeah, you want to find out a podcast that discusses the art of stand-up? Yeah, that's the thing about listening to Red Bar too. It's like you really hate when comedians talk about their craft. It's like when any comedian is like, especially like Rogan and those cronies, like, yeah, I was in the whatever. I was in Laugh Factory and I just killed. I slayed the room. It's like, did you really? Did you really slay the room? It's like they're so fucking full of themselves. Like they just think that they're fucking God's gift. The little thing, are there New Yorkers in here? Is everybody lifelong people who made? Yeah, like people who made noise about leaving always made noise about how they hated living there anyway. Yeah, and I'll always love New York, and I lived in the city for a while. I don't live in the city now. I live outside, but I still love New York, but it's just not the same anymore. It's just not it's not the New York City that I fell in love with. Is very different, and it loses more and more of its soul every year. Prior to the pandemic's just a completely different thing because it's killing everything. It's like what hasn't even oh cool, okay, there's more New Yorkers here than I thought. Like what's gonna happen to movie theaters? It's like movie theaters now open back up, and now studios are like fucking them over because they're like, well, we're just going to keep moving our big movies back. Like, like Paramount moves Top Gun. That was supposed to come out in July. And, and I understand it because like, oh, we don't want to open and thing. But, what are theaters going to do? It's like these, you're supposed to have this relationship, studio and theater, where you're like, you show our movies and we all make money, and now it's just like the studios are like, yeah, fuck you, fend for yourself. We're putting everything on streaming day and date, and good luck. So this like years, decades of a certain business agreement is now just like, I think a lot of businesses like that, like movie studios, are taking advantage of the pandemic at the expense of longtime business partners, and I think there's other examples of that in other businesses. It's sports too. It's just crazy. But I think, getting back to comedy, it's just, yeah, I mean, are you guys going to go back to comedy clubs? I mean, did you guys go to comedy clubs? Did you go? I mean, I'm not that big of a, I'll go to see somebody if I really like them, but that's a very short list. But like, who's going to comedy? And I saw like an ad, like there's a Governor's Comedy Club, like where I am on Long Island. It's like the local big comedy club, and like they somehow on their mailing list, even on their email list, even though every time I say do not send me any more emails, they still come in, and it's like, yeah, this guy and this guy is performing like nobody's, and like, who is fucking going? There are people though that just love seeing stand-up, like they love overpaying for drinks, and they love sitting in some shitty club listening to some shitty comic tell some shitty fake story, and basically lie to you, and that's what comedians are. They're just liars. They're telling you lies in a humorous way, and they're just sitting there drinking their $12 Michelob, and they're laughing. And it's like that kind of person I always hate. It's like when you go see a comedy in a movie theater, like whatever you see, and if you're going to see a comedy, you're going to get 5 comedy trailers. If you go see a horror movie, you're going to get 5 horror trailers. And I always hate that. I never and that's why I love like reserved seating in movie theaters, because I can avoid trailers. I used to love trailers when I was younger. Now I hate them because, number one, they give too much away, and number two, there's just too many shitty movies that come out. And I remember sitting, I forget, this is years ago, and I remember it was the Adam Sandler movie where he also played his sister. I think it was called Jack and Jill, and that trailer came on before whatever movie I was there to see, and there was this big fat woman behind me laughing her ass off at it, and I was getting so mad. I had to turn around like full body just to see what this person looked like. Like, who the fuck is laughing at this? It's so bad. And then then the next trailer was like a fucking Kevin James movie, like I don't know, Mall Cop 2 or like Zookeeper or something like that. And she laughed even harder at that. And I really wanted to have a conversation. Like, how the fuck do you find this funny? How the fuck are you laughing at this? Like, what is wrong with you? And that's the kind of person that will go to a comedy club, because they just like to laugh. They just like to sit there and, laugh at nonsense, And I am an admitted comedy snob. Like you have to earn a laugh with me. And I'm not saying, that comes off as arrogant or whatever. But yeah, I think all of us, if you're into this shit, if you're into like Perry, whatever, I think you have a higher brow sense of humor, and you're not gonna laugh. It's like, I don't want to share ha's with idiots. I don't want to share laughs with morons. I don't want to laugh at the same things that these fucking people are laughing at. So that's why you search for things that make you laugh that maybe other people don't. That's what I loved about growing up in New York listening to Howard Stern, because you felt like it was your secret club. You felt like it was like these were your friends and nobody else knew about it. And then of course everybody knew about it. But Big Girl's in San Diego. You're gonna go fucking see Big Girl in San Diego? Good luck. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Do they still like are comedians doing like Zoom stand up too? Is that still a thing? Yeah, retro sport. I got to make this private because Perry said some things tonight that I can't have go on there. So unfortunately, I do have to private it. And I don't know how to archive these. Like, even this chat, like, there's no way I'm gonna like put this up anywhere, because there's some things I said, like even like about like who played my mom or whatever. I don't want that out there. And then what do I have to listen back to this and fucking edit it and then make it an audio thing? Like, I don't know if I want to listen back to it. I don't know. So I don't know. It's tough. It's a tough call. But yeah, like what? I don't know. Like what makes you guys laugh? It's like fucking Kevin James doesn't make me laugh. That's for goddamn sure. And all these like dope. What's the last good comedy that came out movie wise? What's the last comedy that made you laugh? What's the last, even that last Borat? And I watched it begrudgingly because I knew it would suck, and it did. It had like a couple of good beats in it that were funny, but most of it was overly fabricated and just a little too woke for me, and I really didn't find it funny. But I remember seeing the first Borat in the theater when it came out, and I remember laughing my ass off, like really enjoying that experience. But not that. I don't know. So it's like that, getting back to that thing where you have to reevaluate things that you like. You have to reevaluate your sensibilities and your sense of humor, and who makes you laugh, and who do you follow, who do you listen to. I don't know. Like I have a hard time, with stuff, and. What's Pain and Gain? It's a rock. Is that the one? It wasn't. I'm getting it confused. There was. See, there's some movies that I never saw, but then I'll see them like come up on like HBO or something like that. And there was one. It's not, the movie isn't good, but it's like there's some comedies that have come out in the past, like, I don't know, 15 years or so, where they're not funny like beginning to end, but it's got funny elements, and I really like that. I don't like Will Ferrell at all. I really don't like Will Ferrell, but I like him in some things. And there was that movie he did, I think it was called The Other Guys, where it was him and Mark Wahlberg, maybe, and they're like cops. And there was that whole, like, there's a subplot in it where, like, Will Ferrell's, like, plays his typical Will Ferrell self, like the weirdo guy. But he has, like, a ridiculously hot wife, and every woman in, he has, like, psycho, ridiculously hot like ex-girlfriends, and like Mark Wahlberg was like is always like dumbfounded and confused. I thought that was a funny element of that movie, but the movie overall is terrible. So sometimes I find like little things that are funny in it. But I caught that on HBO like I don't know a couple of years ago, and I thumbed my nose to it when it came out. But I was like, oh, this is pretty funny. Like this at least that element is funny. What do you mean by Pete Byrne? What do you mean by a fan edit to the shows? You miss them because of time zone. You mean like an edit of the streams? You know, Big Lebowski, I only saw it for the first time about 5 years ago. And I don't think I got that it was funny, but I don't think I appreciated it as much because I didn't see it when it came out. Like I wasn't like on board when it came out. Yeah, Windy City. Yeah, the other guys. Yeah, Kingpin's a great movie. It's super funny, but you're talking like 1996. The Nice Guys, is that what it's called? Okay. What did I think of Dirty Work? It's a bad movie that knows it's bad, so you got to give it that. But I saw it in the theater because I was a big Norm fan, and he had been recently fired from Saturday Night Live, which is the last time I watched Saturday Night Live. I like Dirty Work, the premise, but like Norm is such a terrible actor and doesn't even pretend to care. I was actually in Toronto when that movie was being filmed, and for some odd reason, it was like around the time of the Toronto Film Festival, like 1987, and I was me and a friend of mine we were there to see a concert, and there was this whole block that was like, oh. What's here? Like, oh, it's a movie being directed by Bob Saget. I'm like, what? The fucking Bob Saget from Full House? Like, yeah, it's got Norm Macdonald. I was like, oh, Norm Macdonald. Okay, and then like, I kind of saw Norm, like, I don't know, coming out of a trailer or something. So that was my loose connection. But anyway, I saw it when it came out. It's fine. It's good, but it's not something I'd go to watch again. It's just he doesn't take it seriously. Which I guess is part of its charm. It's better than any of the Adam Sandler movies. I think it's better there, but it's got. I think it had more potential. I think he could have gone a little further with it. I remember being disappointed with it. First Borat was great because it was edgy, and there's nothing edgy in the second Borat. That's right. Like even like the whole Jew thing, like where he's like, oh, I'm not even gonna do a Borat impression because it's so cringe, but. And then all of a sudden, like in this one, Borat learns to respect women and Jews and all, and it's like, and then turns his whole country into like, now it's about the fat Americans. It rubbed me the wrong way. It's just, I don't know, and it kind of falls apart for me now. Like I can't even go back and watch the first Borat and enjoy it because I know where it ended up. It's like that's why I won't watch the Coming to America sequel. I refuse to watch it because I know it's going to ruin the first movie for me, and I won't do it. Comedy sequels are very hard to pull off, almost impossible, especially when there's a huge gap of time. They work a little bit if they're like a couple of years apart, but when you do a sequel to something that's like fucking 30 years later, forget about it. But yeah, and I also have a weird thing with bad comedy sequels. Like I have a weird fascination. Like if I don't have cable, I have like YouTube TV, which I guess is technically cable, but when I had like cable, I would like if I came across like City Slickers 2, The Legend of Curly's Gold, I would watch that shit from wherever it's at till the end because I was fascinated with terrible comedy sequels specifically, how they were made, and then as I'm watching it, I'm going on IMDb to look at all the trivia, like, oh my god, like this is so terrible, like it's so bad, and then like there's a number of bad comedy sequels that I will watch all day long. Weekend at Bernie's 2 is another one. Like I'll watch that. I don't see it on anywhere. But how do I feel about wasting my entire Saturday with quality content? Oh, I'm glad you think this is quality content. But yeah, like just any fucking shitty comedy. It's got to be a comedy sequel, and sometimes there are sequels to a bad. Especially if it's a comedy sequel to an already bad movie. I love Quentin Tarantino. Quentin Tarantino is my favorite director by far, not even close. I loved Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. The only Quentin Tarantino I don't love, even though it's very good, but the one I don't love, I'm not big on the Kill Bill movies because it's just a little too, like, I'm not into that genre. But yeah, just about every other. Was Dirty Work filmed in Palm Springs? You saw Norm Macdonald in '93? Wow. I have a bootleg of Norm performing somewhere in Anaheim in like '96, and it's clearly like just somebody recording it, from the crowd. But it's like 2 hours of stand up I've never heard him do anywhere else, and he's just riffing, and it's just fucking great. Every now and then I go back to it, and I've seen Norm a number of times, and sometimes he does the same thing, but he's so fucking good. Perry got a woman to carry away his concrete. I think, because that's what he told me originally, and then he revised it and said she might have gotten somebody else. But there's a woman, like maintenance person, that works in the building that I think he had carried away from him, so, because he couldn't carry it away. So I think that's what happened. I think it sat out there for like a day and a half. But yeah, Borat 2. I mean, do you guys know anybody that liked Borat 2? Dumb and Dumber 2 I never saw, but I was heard. I heard. Good night, Mike. Thanks for hanging in. I heard that Dumb and Dumber 2 was bad, and I really like the first Dumb and Dumber, and I don't like Jim Carrey. Like, I'm actually one of those few people that really don't like Jim Carrey. I didn't like Ace Ventura. I don't like The Mask. And the only Jim Carrey movie I like is Dumb and Dumber, the original Dumb and Dumber. And yeah, that just looked too... Caddyshack 2. Ugh. But I gotta say, I'm not that huge on Caddyshack 1, to be perfectly honest. I think it's a weird mix. I think there's, like... It's a movie that felt like it was edited weird, because I think the older characters were supposed to be side characters to the younger characters, and then they realized the older characters were more interesting, and then in post-production they had to kind of extend all those scenes, and then basically all the young people that are introduced in the beginning of the movie, like they just go nowhere because everybody only cares about like Rodney and Ted Knight and everything like that. But again, it's one of those movies I never saw when it originally came out. I saw it like years and years later. Yeah, second Borat, like, I just think he should have retired the Borat character if you can't do it. It's just like the whole comedy aspect of Borat is he's offensive because he's an ignoramus and he doesn't know any better. He's from this third world, shithole country that has these archaic beliefs, and then he tries to come to America, and the whole funny thing about Borat was that he would get other people to agree with his archaic beliefs, and you'd think like, oh my god, I can't believe this guy is agreeing. Like, there's that one regular episode it's like from the HBO show where he's like talking to this like Texan guy, and he's talking about how much he hates Jews, and he's like, it would be nice if, I'm doing the fucking impression that I said was cringe, but it'd be nice if you could kill them and realize. And then the guy's like, well, I agree with you, but you can't say that here. And it's like, oh my god, you can't believe that he would get people to admit how crazy their beliefs are. And that was the whole beauty of Borat. And then that's completely removed from the second movie. In fact, not only that, they try to make fools of people through editing, like the whole Giuliani thing. That was like, that's obviously an edit. They edited it to make him look like he was doing something, perverted or something, and he wasn't, Pete, yeah, you can rewatch the stream when I put on YouTube, and I'm going to try to turn it around fast. I'm between a rock and a hard place with some of the stuff, because like Perry will go through a whole thing, and then like he'll call somebody, it's like... He'll say certain things that are just on the level of like, okay, this isn't like a terms of service violation, but it's close enough where if somebody was really had it in for him, they could report it or something. So he always says something stupid, and he did it tonight a couple of times. So, somebody said you should do a Patreon show of you and Perry talking movies. Perry's really annoying to talk with movies too, because he has such shit taste. I like I said earlier, like I used to have this podcast called Hard Opinions that I might bring back, but I just don't know where I'm going to find the time for it. What time is it in Australia? I just got home from work in Australia, and the stream has really gone all day. Well, I was trying to beat Perry's record of 10. I'm not going to do it, but Perry streamed for like 10 hours on New Year's Eve, and I'm waiting for the 9. I'll probably sign off at the 9 hour. We're 6 minutes away from that. So I was looking. I'm OCD, and I like to sign off at even numbers. That's okay. Unfortunately, Tom doesn't like British comedy. I like some British comedy. I do like the young ones. Some of the other ones you mentioned, I don't know. I just don't like that whole thing of British comedy where they overuse the laugh track like ridiculous. I like fuck. I can't think of the name. There's another British show that I like. I can't think of it now. Perry's asleep by now. Amy, do you know people that actually like Borat too? Like that's one of those like I really I can't abide by that. I can't imagine. Norm Live in '93 was incredible. I bet. Extreme. Yeah. Oh, that's great. That he. Extreme. I wish I could see. First time I saw Norm was like '98. It was great. That's when he had that whole bit about the Fantastic Four, which I think he eventually put on his album, but he was doing it like in stand-up form. It was so funny. And the thing about Borat 2 is like most of it was scripted. Like that goes to show you like how bad that movie is. Like the stupid woman in the movie that played his like daughter or whatever is up for an Academy Award, which is ridiculous. I mean, why are they even having the Academy Awards? Like, how many fucking movies came out this year? Like, what are you gonna, nominate Bad Boys for Life? Is it really fair? I feel like it's kind of like the Dodgers winning the World Series last year. Like, it's great that they won, but don't you kind of have an asterisk on that championship? And if you win an Academy Award for Best Actor this year, don't you have an asterisk next to it? I mean, you didn't really have any competition. Do we need more Perry off Twitch so the fears of him getting banned are gone? I think we're past the point of him getting... I mean, I was nervous about that at first, but he's not gonna... He said the F word once. Going for Red Bar. I know, I couldn't... I'll tell you what I can't do with Red Bar is, like, when Mike does Red Bar, and he'll go for, like, 8-10 hours, he drinks throughout the entire time. I can't imagine drinking doing these streams. Like, I sit at my desk when we're about to start. Sometimes I'll have a coffee, and I'm not even a coffee drinker, really. I'll have coffee, I'll have an energy drink, I'll have some water, and I'll settle in for however long it is. But you add alcohol to that mix, whew, I don't know how he does. I really don't know how he does it. Like, what's a current stand-up comedian? Because the answer is no. Like, I like Norm, and I like Gilbert Gottfried, they're ancient. But no, I don't. So the answer is no, I don't like any. But I don't know. There's probably stand-up. It's like music. It's like you get to a certain age and you stop learning about new bands and you just kind of acquiesce to liking what you like. Like, okay, I grew up with these bands. This is the music I listen to, and you almost have no room in your brain for new stuff to enjoy because your formative years are when you absorb everything, like the things that make you laugh, the things that make your, that make you form your musical sensibilities and all that, and even with movies, it's like once you get in your 40s. It's hard to like new things, and it's hard to open up to new things. But yeah, I'd be open as somebody's like, somebody sends me, oh, you should watch this comedian, and there's like, I see like their stand up or whatever. It's just like, ugh, really? Like this guy stinks. And I've done stand up, it's not easy, but then again, it's like, so people say, oh, you shouldn't shit on this person because they work so hard. I was like, oh, really? Do they? Like, that's why they get a free pass from ribbing because they work so hard, or they have a great work ethic. Like, yeah, they just get up there night after night. I was like, oh, that doesn't give them a free pass. They stink. not a Doug Stanhope guy. I mean, I'm not anti Doug Stanhope. I don't think he's terrible. I mean, there's some things I've seen him that are funny, but I just, yeah, Chappelle's good. I do like Chappelle, but I won't go out of my way to watch like a new Chappelle special, like if it's on Netflix. I won't go crazy for it. Maybe I'll watch it eventually, but I don't dislike. Yeah, Mike drinks and smokes weed for 10 hours straight, and then he'll get into like the karaoke, which I guess this would be my point where I'd break into karaoke or something, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I couldn't lose my, and I've become, it's weird because the pandemic I know has turned people more into drinkers. It's made me less of a drinker, because I am like the true definition of a social drinker now, where I will go out if I'm out at a bar. Like tonight, I'll go out to dinner tonight, and I'll have a couple of cocktails. I'll have some beers. I'm going to this German restaurant, and I'll drink. But I don't very rarely do it at home, and I used to. Like this time last year, I was drinking like a madman. But then I think I just burnt out on it. And no, I've never been a pot smoker ever, because I've never been a smoker. Period. I've never grasped the concept of smoking, and I've always been repulsed. Like growing up, my mom used to smoke, and I was always turned off by it, like cigarettes, and never was a smoker. And I remember trying like pot, and I couldn't get the inhale thing down, because I could not accept willfully inhaling smoke into your lungs. To me, it made as much sense as drinking gasoline. So it's only in recent years where I've come around to like, I'll do edibles to help me sleep, and clearly I need it. So I'll have, and it's not legal in New York. So I have a friend in, California send me like sleep edibles that help, but then they give you really bad dry mouth. But no, I've never been a smoker. Does everybody just know? I see a lot of Red Bar. Has everybody just listened to Red Bar regularly, like, or did you check it out because I told you about it on the stream? Because I know a couple of people have messaged me and said, "Hey, thanks for turning me on to Red Bar." I'll tell you what. Somebody says we need to sort out Perry coming to Australia once COVID is over. Perry almost went to Australia this summer to film this, because Adult Swim is based in Australia, and this thing that he's filming was originally planned to be filmed in Australia, but of course the pandemic changed that, so now it's going to be filming in LA. But he straight up has a ton of people. Because when you see the analytics of this channel, and we look it up in Streamlabs, which is the software, and Australia is one of the number one countries. Like the viewer count is off the chart in Australia. So yeah, eventually, and Australia is somewhere I've always wanted to go. So that'll happen eventually. I would love that to happen eventually. Like, it's hard to see like a year or two down the road, but I would fucking love it. And Mike David also doesn't have a job to get up for. That's true, but that's his job. That's the life, right? If you can make this, like, I'd love to make this my job, but we'll see. I don't know the name of the German restaurant. It's in Belmore, New York. My girlfriend looked it up because she was craving German food, and I always we have a break every other weekend where there's like no kids or anything, and Saturday night's like really every other Saturday is the only night I can get, and she puts up with a lot of shit with this Perry stuff and me doing the streams, so I like to take her out on like a Saturday night. So she picks the place, I take her out, and it's a nice thing. So I try to get any work done, like editing stuff early in the day, and then we'll go out and stuff. So I forget what the place is called. There used to be a great German restaurant in Queens called Koenig's, that was in Floral Park, if anybody knows where that is. And they closed about 5 years ago, and now they're a steakhouse, and it's a real shame because it was a great like beer hall type atmosphere. So yeah, so a lot of people seem to be into Red Bar. Yeah, listening to Red Bar since the feud with Gavin. Yeah, and I'll tell you, Gavin's kind of how I found out about Red Bar, because like, I think I said on a former like stream rant or whatever, was that I listened to Red Bar because he co-hosted for Gavin's show, and I only knew about Gavin's show because I was on Gavin's show when we did like that Big Three episodes, and then I just kind of, I was like, oh, and this is before Gavin got all like crazy political. And he was still kind of just like pop culture dude, and like, you know, telling men how to dress and how to behave and stuff like that. And then Mike co-hosted for him, and he was good. And then I think even before that, he had Mike on as a guest, like via Skype, and they were talking about this controversy that Mike had with this other female comedian, and I checked it out from there. And then and then I really got into it when Mike had the show on Compound Media. And I really recommend, if you're a Red Bar fan, to listen to those Compound Media Red Bar shows. I got Hero on Red Bar like about a year and change ago, because we were talking about Red Band or something like that. And I'm like, oh yeah, there's a podcast that just shits on him. He's like, oh, really? Because he hated Red Band. And I was like, yeah, Red Bar. I was like, yeah, you should listen to it. And then of course he's like an insane devoted Red Bar guy now. But yeah, so I'd recommend you listen to the Compound Media Red Bar episodes, which unfortunately are hard to find. But if you hit me up on Facebook or wherever, I will send you a link, because I think I uploaded it for somebody else. But those are required listening, because what Mike did is he went out of his way, because he knew he was getting a new audience. And what's great about Red Bar is they went on Compound Media for a very short time, but they took a lot of Compound people with them. That just fucked off from Compound, including myself. Like, it's like now they just shit on Compound, so it's very, very interesting. But you check out those like 12 or so Compound, Red Bar on Compound shows, because they're really good building blocks to, and they get into really interesting stuff. That's where all like the Gavin shitting, because early on he's still friendly with Gavin, and then slowly but surely that relationship disintegrates, and that's where it all kind of falls apart. And yeah, the Joe Matarese thing is just so good. Yeah, the Fixing Joe. And the Fixing Joe thing is like, that was his big thing. That was like Joe's like, and it was behind a paywall, and Mike just basically played the whole thing and shit on it. And then Joe's people complained to like the people at Compound, and he got in trouble for it. And that's why there isn't enough Joe Matarese. Like, he doesn't really talk about him anymore. He's kind of fallen by the wayside. But every now and again he comes back up, and I'm like, this is good, because I fucking hate that guy. Question for TomB. Your handling of Perry, especially the little tweaks to tip suggestions, is expert. Are others feeding you suggestions along the way in real time, or is it all you? No, it's all me. There's nobody else involved. It's me and Perry. Well, there's like moderators, you know, and like I said, there's other people that can contribute to the channel, but not so much on a creative level. Listening to Red Bar, I was amused thinking of Tom, because I was intertwined with Gavin and Kill Tony, and not really so much Kill Tony. I never liked Kill Tony. I don't have a visceral hatred for Tony himself, but I don't, I never got into the show. I think the Australia shoot was probably, I think it was going to be in Sydney. I'd have to look at the email, but I think it was Sydney, because I think it was like a form that came sent. It's like, okay, Sydney, and they do this whole thing where they'd fly him and I out, and I thought that would make good content too. I was like, oh, that'll be great. Like, I can get content out of that, and we can do, streams from Australia. But of course, the email they sent was like a form email, and it hadn't been rewritten since COVID. And then like the person I was talking to was like, oh, by the way, of course, you're not actually coming to Australia. This is, because of COVID. And by the way, Australia, like, COVID doesn't exist there anymore. It hasn't existed in quite some time, because they locked it down. Great. And they don't want us coming over there fucking up their shit. So they were like, yeah. But I would Australia is like my number one place that I want to go. Love to go to Australia. So yeah, I would fucking love it. You know, if this channel is eventually going to get big enough where, you know, but I don't know. Like here's the other thing too. Like, how is a live Perry show going to work? Like, because I see other streamers do like live events. You know, not now, but like in the past. Like, how would a live Perry stream work? Like, how would that work? Like him live on a stage with an audience. Like, there'd be live comments probably. You know, maybe a couple of McDonald's deliveries. But how would it really, like, I'd have to figure out like how would that really work, because, you know, his setting in the apartment is so. Dang. I think Perry's fucking the Whitney. I love that he didn't even know who it was on the pillow when he got it. He's like, oh, who's just like, it's just some random lady. But anybody sees that fucking like plastic surgery mug, you know, we knew immediately who it was. Okay, here's the thing, Burt Ward. Perry 25 years ago would be so unstable because he was like, you know, full of like as unstable as he is now. Times that by 1,000. I don't think it would have worked. Yeah, check out Mike guest hosting on the Gavin McInnes show on Compound, and I think they're still on Compound under the Gavin McInnes show. I don't have a Compound login anymore. I used to have a free one that I got from Gavin, but they changed the I think Mike actually gave out the password once on the air, and I remember when he did it, he was like, "Oh, let me log into my Compound Media," and he's like, and their password is media1234. And I remember hearing that, I was like, "Oh fuck, that's the one I use. They're gonna change it now." And sure enough, like by the next day, it was changed, and I couldn't get in there. Oh, George Hoff, you're in the BBG. Cool. Yeah, that's a great. It really, the BBG and Big Three Fan Club and now Perry Caraval Live on Facebook. That's the only reason I use Facebook for. I don't use it for any other reason. I'm in a couple of audiophile groups, but I barely pay attention to them. Hero's all over that fucking Red Bar. I mean, he's like fucking obsessed now, and I take credit for turning him onto it. I was just listening to the Red Bar. I'm like 2 or 3 episodes behind, and I listened to it. I never get to watch it, and it was the one where like Red Band and his girlfriend were complaining about opening that can of like some kind of seafood that stunk up their whole place, and I was thinking of Perry with the can of surströmming, however you say it. I don't. Okay, George, you can shoot me like a message on Facebook or whatever. I don't have the video versions of those Compound episodes, but I have the audio versions if that's good enough. But there are video versions, but they're not of every episode. And somebody else had a link to them. I don't remember. It's going back a couple of years now. Please don't get Perry too much entangled in that dark side filled stuff. Get him into Chris Chan. Yeah, it's much safer. You like Kevin Brennan? Yeah, I only know, again, Kevin Brennan's another guy I only know from Red Bar. But I think even Mike doesn't hate Kevin Brennan. I think he's one of the guys he kind of likes, if that's possible. Yeah, Gavin is a bit of a kook now, and the thing about Gavin is he just he can never admit wrong or fault or defeat, and he just doubles down on everything. So it's like you can't say to him like, hey, this Proud Boys thing's probably getting a little out of hand. It's like, no, it's great. No, why would you say that? No, it's great. It's like, oh, okay. Even though if he would admit to himself that it's not so great, but yeah, I'd love to go to Melbourne too. I'd love to go to Melbourne. I'd love to go to Adelaide. I had a good friend that went to Australia for like 6 months straight. Actually overstayed his visa and is banned from Australia now for like 10 years. Oh yeah, I've heard about that place in Franklin Square. What's it called? Platz Deutsch? I've heard about that place. Actually, we were looking that up. That was the other place we were going to go to in Franklin Square because that's really close. Because I'm in Westbury, so that's really close. I didn't watch the Nobody Likes Hot Dogs. That's the next one that I have to. Do I have to watch that or can I listen to it? Because I don't have time to watch them. But yeah, I tuned into it a little bit live and then I had to tune out. Yeah, he put a stat. So I'm sure that head cheese is in that credenza right now, and he'll wake up. Hatred for Tony Clinchliffe and Brendan who? Brendan. I'm trying to think of Brendan. Who's Brendan? Who's the Brendan? Because I'm trying to think of a Red Bar fool named Brendan. Yeah. Live tonation box. I haven't clicked the play button. I think there's only a couple. Yeah, like subscriber stuff. He's at no risk of getting booted. He's so locked into that apartment because there's so many laws that would keep him in that apartment. Because it's subsidized and everything, so they'd have to go a long way to get him out. But my eventual goal is to move him, soon enough, somewhere. If this channel really takes off and starts, generating, once all the debts are paid and starts generating some things, I'd like to get him a new place. I used to be worried. Are you worried about fans might ruin a Perry illusion? I used to be completely frantic about that. To be honest, I used to live in fear of it, and I don't even think about it. It's such a non-issue. There's always heroes trying to email Perry all the time. Like, oh Perry, did you know Tom Brennan is he's not really a publicist and he's just trying to fuck with you and you should do this and you should do that. It just doesn't affect him at all. It's. I mean, I don't want to get too braggadocious because then somebody can hear this and be like, "Oh well, I'm going to step up my game then." But it's not a concern of mine. Yeah, I'd like to see a travel show with me and Perry too. I mean, I have my fill of him in person. I can last a couple of days and then I'm like, okay, I'm done. Did Mike eat fish fillet on that too? I remember last year he did like a burger show to like make fun of like Josh Denny's ginormous food episode, and was it last year? No, it was the year before. It was 2 years ago. It was like Memorial Day weekend, and he just ordered like a shit ton of McDonald's, and he was gonna eat pound like 50 like hamburger, but I think he got to like 8 and tapped out. It was kind of a bummer. Thought it was interesting how Perry found out that Mole was doing the voice of JQA and totally dismissed it and went back to thinking, yeah, that was very early on, and then I forget, yeah, he's so locked into that now, he would never question that. Oh shit! I went past my fucking 9 window. Now it's 9:17. Fuck! Now I gotta wait till 9:30. Fuck! This. I gotta say, this shit goes by fast. Like when we log off sometimes in Perry, it's like 5+ hours. It just goes by lightning fast. It's fucking crazy. Like, how long has this been just us since Perry ended? How long has it been? Like, roughly. Because I have no concept of it, and there's no running time. Like, the timer has just been running from the start of the stream for me, and there's still 240 people listening to this nonsense. Brandon Schwab. Okay, yeah, Brandon Schwab. Yeah, I couldn't think of a Brendan. My favorite people on Red Bar are Denny, of course, is my number one. I love all Denny coverage. I love Cumia coverage. I love some light Gavin coverage, and which is funny for me because I know Gavin. Any of the Compound people just shitting Gino and that Chrissy Marr idiot. Although I love all that. I'm not into the Gila Klein stuff. I'm not so much into Big Mike or any of that stuff. There's definitely some fools that I'm not as engaged with, but there's some that like, oh, good, we got a juicy story about so and so. I don't know, like like Matt Reese or something like that. That I'm all in for. It came. Somebody says move Perry to your place. Like it came really fucking close to that happening. Really close, like scary close. That almost happened. Like Perry moving here. Like I was almost close to driving out there. Like, all right, Perry, pack up your shit. You're moving to New York. That came really close. Will Hugh A. Craig III be watching the live stream? I don't know. I've never met him. Yeah, so you had a picture of yourself and Gavin from the Windy Weekend. You had to remove it because he's become such a douche. Yeah, I get it. It's like, yeah, fuck, he did it to himself though. Like he just wouldn't stop. Like he just kept doubling down and doubling down. Yeah, I'm gonna go to. Okay, so it's 9:20 now. I'm gonna go to 9:30. And I also have to pee. If I move Perry to a new place, how long before you think he doxes himself? Like 10 minutes. He'll talk to some like fake girl on Instagram like, honey, I am going to give you my new home address, but do not give it to anybody else. And then it was like we were just casually talking about it recently. And I was like, Perry, this might have to happen. After that fire department thing last week, this might have to happen. We might have to do this at some point. And he's like, well, then I moved to Canoga Park because that is where my post office is. I'm like, okay, you don't have to, you can, there's post offices in every zip code. You can move to anywhere you want. Well, not anywhere you want, but, within reason. You don't, no, I have had that post office box for 30 years. I will move. I have to be in driving distance to Canoga Park, so I would rather live in Canoga Park. And I'm like, can't argue with him. There's a post office literally walking distance from his apartment, and I keep trying to be like, I remember like driving past it with him one day. I was like, hey, is that a post office? It's like right on the same block as the Denny's is. And he's like, yeah. Like, well, why don't you use this post office? Why do you drive all the way to Canoga Park? And Canoga Park's like a fucking 20-minute drive, because I went with him last year when he picked up all that popcorn. It's fucking 25 minutes from his place. It's gas. He's always bitching about gas money. He's like, it's a fucking haul to go there. And you got a place right down the way. He wouldn't do it. And it's the same thing. You can't get a straight answer out of him. Like you can't get a straight answer of why he has snowboarding tattooed on his arm. Because I've had it for a long time. That's why. Okay. Well, there's nowhere to go. Has it been 3 hours? Because it's 6 a.m. here. It might be longer than 3 hours. Fuck. You're on vacation? Where are you on vacation, Jorthoff? I didn't think people were taking vacations. Yeah, I've learned Perry refuses to acknowledge any criticism and will do anything he can do to rationalize it away. That is very astute. That is true. That is true. Yeah, I want to go to bed too. People have jumped off. But don't post about this, be like, oh, Tom put this up. I'm not going to be putting this up anywhere, I don't think. I'd have to go through it and edit it, and I don't want to have to listen to myself. What do you mean Red Bar was not wrong about Mary Jane? They don't really cover Don or anything. I think he was on once, and he actually made the obeyment list, because I remember telling Don about Red Bar and I think I put the fear of God into him about, hey, you do not want to be on this guy's screen, so watch your P's and Q's. Any experience with Derek Beckles? I don't know who that is. Gavin isn't a douche, neoliberal Hollywood or douches. I'm surprised they haven't had Perry arrested for what he says. Yeah. I don't think Gavin's a douche either, but I think Gavin, I don't know. I think he leans in too hard onto his side of things that he thinks. And I just don't think he's cut out for politics. I just don't. I mean, I knew him for a long time before he got political. He was never political. He was always just like ambivalent, and then all of a sudden he got political. And I just don't think it's his wheelhouse. I think he's much better as a fashion guy. You know, if like he was pitching shows, he was flying to California all the time, pitching shows for networks, you know, for cable networks. You know, especially when he had that book out, How to Be a Man, and then they made a movie out of it. You know, he was right on the cusp of like, you know, and then he had little short things about, you know, how to behave in bars and how to act on an airplane, and they were getting real attraction. And then all of a sudden, you know, he veers pretty hard right and shuts everything down, which is unfortunate. Yeah, Perry, somebody says they love how I dig into Perry's logic on things. It is fascinating. I love how his mind works. Even when he's annoying me, where he's like he's doing something on his desk. He's obsessed with like he'll put he wants to put that earpiece on it. Like there was a point tonight where he took that earpiece and he was dying to go back to the dining room, the dining room table, and put it on his charger. I'm like, I just knew it. You're just dying to do that right now. And he doesn't care that he's broadcasting and you guys are all watching, and he's just getting up from that chair. Look, here's the deal with the snowboard removal tattoo. It's happening. I don't give a fuck what he says. It's happening. We are removing that tattoo. It's going to be a live event. He's going to get it removed, and he's going to get streamer put in its place. And he can bitch and moan all he wants, and he could say no way. But look, we'll make it. You know, we'll make it a crowdfunding thing. We'll make it worth his while. It will fucking happen, guaranteed. I mean, I'm not going to do it. I mean, I want to do something for his birthday in November, because he hasn't celebrated a birthday in God knows how long, if ever. So this will be his first birthday, and I want it to be nice. I legit want it to be nice. I want people to get him gifts. I want him to have a birthday celebration, and it also, you know, conveniently coincides with the 1 year anniversary of Perry Caravilla Live. So I would love something to happen then. And yeah, happy birthday! You're getting that tattoo removed. What's the best way to support me? Well, honestly, supporting this channel helps immensely. You know, join Patreon if you're not on Patreon, and I'm really trying to make sure that that's going to be a good Patreon, like not one of these shit content creators that just fucking, you know, they put like 1 or 2 things on Patreon a month and then it goes on YouTube. Like, there's a lot of good exclusives on Patreon, so Patreon helps too. You know, I'm not gonna be one of these guys like, hey, Venmo me, here's my Venmo. I don't like getting something for nothing. I like, you know, giving you guys something in return. I don't like taking people's money. I think that's bullshit. Perry isn't stupid per se. He is just deluded by himself and he can't see the forest through the trees. Yeah, when I say to him sometimes like, hey, you're caught in the weeds. You're stuck in, he gets caught in that forest. He gets caught in the minutia, but he isn't. Yeah, you said it right. He isn't stupid per se, but sometimes he's pretty stupid. Gavin was playing a game until it wasn't a game anymore. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. We should be raising funds on getting that snowboarder thing. I didn't think there was a chance in hell, because we haven't heard from Dr. Gunk in quite some time. And Dr. Gunk came out of nowhere with this offer to be like, hey, that's Sharpie. Like, and Dr. Gunk is next level. So he ain't fooling around. And this channel has a lot to thank to Dr. Gunk, because like I said, he was the one that started a lot of trends that this channel is known for now, like the food deliveries. And he said, like, yeah, get the Sharpie, the Sharpie that you did, get that tattoo. Like, you have to, like, get a tattoo artist to, like, you know, write over it and, like, commit that to your body forever for $1,000. I thought there might be a chain. Might be a chance. Yeah, like, that's the thing about politics. Like, who fucking cares? Like, really, who cares? At the end of the day, who gives a shit? Like, what side? It's like sports. It's like, gives a shit if you play for this other team or you don't. I mean, I'm independent. I say that legitimately independent. I voted for both sides throughout my life, but there's so many other things to worry about. Like, why would you get caught up in, like, hating this side or hating that side? Red Bar claimed if Mary Jane wasn't with Don, she wouldn't be a common LA street person. I didn't hear that part. Wow. Yeah, and I agree with you. Trump derangement did hit right wing guys as well. It's like everybody kind of lost their minds on both sides, and you know what? And here's the thing: it's like you can't be on one side of the political spectrum without taking some self criticism. You know, you have to be able to take some punches and be like, yeah, you know what? And that's really the downfall of Trump. To be honest with you, is that he's another guy that just doubles down. He cannot admit fault. Now, obviously, if you're president of the United States, you can't come out and say like, "Oh, I was wrong on this," because then people lose faith in you. But he's just he has no barometer for when to pull it back or like saying stupid things. And his behavior post election was pretty. I don't know. I'm getting into politics. I don't want to, but it's like, but you should be able to shit on yourself, shit on your side. If you're a Democrat, you should be able to say like, yeah, okay, this candidate's, I get why these people hate this aspect of my party, and vice versa. It's like Saturday Night Live back in, like they whoever was president would get shit on, up until a certain point. And the day I was done with Saturday Night Live is after the 2016 election, and the next Saturday show is, and I don't even know the people's names because I don't watch Saturday Night Live, but like the woman who played Hillary Clinton plays on the piano Hallelujah, like it was their job to do this healing process to America, and like it wasn't comedy. It was like, oh, we have to get through this evil time together. And it's just like, really, this is what you're doing? This is Saturday Night Live, and it's just that. I mean, it was over for me a long time ago, but then to me that was really over. Fuck, and I missed it again. 9:31, motherfucker. All right, I gotta wrap up. Fuck, guys should fucking tell me that I was coming up on the 9:30. Goddamn. Yeah, Mary Jane's a very nice lady. She works very hard. I don't think Red Bar really knows who she is. I barely think he knows who Don is. So if they were shitting on her, I don't think it was an informed opinion. Tattoo removal or cover up. I guess, how do you cover that up though? Snowboarder, streamer. I mean, you got the S, but I don't know. You'd have to get somebody in there. It's a shitty tattoo, so maybe it would be easier to cover up, or maybe it just has to do. Maybe you just have to do it all over again. But I would like to. I think you got to get it removed first, and then maybe go in. I'd like to. I don't know. I'd like to get that whole scroll like completely erased and then start over, and then he could still do like streamer, skateboarder, actor, comedian, and just no snowboard. Like, why did it? I still come back to it. I know I waste a lot of time. Which Red Bar? There was a Red Bar episode, I don't know, I guess, maybe it was 6 months ago, where they just played some unknown podcast that Don was on, and they played it, and because Red Bar came up, and Don knew about Red Bar because of me, and mentioned Red Bar, and he was actually very good with that. He wasn't like shitting on him or anything, but he didn't cover Don by any means. But yeah, like I want to get to the bottom of why he fucking got that tattoo. Why would you get that? Why would you get snowboarder on your arm when you went snowboarding twice and did it badly? And he says, oh, because Brad Bowman invented skateboarding, or whatever the fucking guy's name is. Tom Sims, maybe, I don't know. I forget all those dopey names. But it's like, wait, so you were trying to brown nose that guy because he invented snowboard? It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I know the sun is fully up because it's fucking glaring in my eyes right now. For me, SNL died when they fired Norm Macdonald. That was the end. I never really watched it again. Never went back to it. I've seen clips of it, but I just never. Right. Okay. Yeah. She said Red Bar has no content. Yeah. By the way, I don't think she knew what she was saying, because you don't want to shit on Red Bar and then have them play it on the fucking stream, and then go after you. You do not want to be on that screen. The only explanation for the snowboard tattoo to me is that he thought he was going to be hitting the slopes every weekend. Maybe, but still doesn't explain it. Like that's a definitive declaration. Like you're putting that on your arm. Like this is what you do. This is what you're known for. Like it's almost like your tombstone. Like okay, and again, I'll give him skateboarding, even though he was never a professional. He was never any kind of real skateboarder. But in his mind, he thinks he is, and he's he had a period in the 70s where whatever. So okay, we'll forgive that one. Actor, okay, we can say he was an actor because he look, you can't take it away from him. He was a star of his own movie. He was in name above the title. So we give him actor and comedian. Okay, maybe not the most successful comedian, but a comedian nonetheless. That's on there. But snowboarder just fucking throws that. I mean, I never thought about it until recently. Like why? And then when he said, "I only went twice," it blew my mind. Like fucking crazy. Yeah, I saw Norm. There's a great compilation on YouTube of like every Norm Letterman appearance, and it's great. But yeah, then Norm on that, and then also Norm when he hosted SNL after he was fired, like a year later or something. And he had that great line where he was like doing the monologue, and he's like, "So I can't figure out. They fired me because," and I hate doing a Norm impression, but you kind of have to. It's like, "They fired me because I wasn't funny enough, but now I'm hosting the show. So did I become more funny, or did the show become less funny? I think the show became less funny," and everybody starts booing, but he's doing that typical Norm thing. It's great. And that was probably the last time I watched Saturday Night Live beginning to end. Yeah, again, we're not going to get to the bottom of this snowboarding thing. Why the distance from the Scary Perry name? I just think it's stupid, and it does. It like I want to brand Perry Caravello. Like this channel is called Perry Caravello Live, and the more he calls himself Scary Perry, it takes away from the brand. It's a marketing thing. It's a business thing. The witnesses were trying to get him away from it because it was like satanic, which is laughable. But it's just, I don't think it's, the only thing I like is the Scary Perry and TomB show, which Perry came up with on a call with me. And I do like I want to do like the Scary Perry and TomB show merch or something, but because I think those Tom and Jerry logos are great. But I don't know, I just don't, it's like Scary Perry skateboards, that fucking horrible logo on his skateboards. Like the other one on this tattoo, it's just horrible. It's horrible. So I want to distance myself from that. And that's like thing I'm trying to get for the channel. Like I'm trying to get like a logo. Like I'm trying to find people to get like a really good logo design for the channel. Because I want like Perry Caravello Live. Like, I want a shirt for myself. Perry has all these shitty shirts. I want him to wear like fucking stuff from the channel. Perry Caravello Live and, stuff like that. Even like maybe make him up a Brennan Entertainment shirt, which ironically I had to turn into a real thing. But yeah, just it's just a branding thing. Like Scary, like I'm trying to get his name, I'm trying to get him verified on Twitter, which is really hard because you can't get in touch with anybody on Twitter, and just get the check mark. But also, there was somebody with the at Perry Caravello on there that was impersonating him that then got banned or whatever, and I want to reclaim that name on there. And the same thing with Instagram, just get it streamlined. At Perry Caravello, Perry Caravello, blah, 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 across the line. And Scary Perry just doesn't fit in with that. So it's just a branding thing. It's just a business thing. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Drake Sather and Norm were writing partners on Dennis Miller's show. No, I haven't seen the stand. I've never heard of him, shamefully enough. Yeah, the Norm joke about Marlon Brando's great. Was Chris Farley actually fired from Saturday Night Live? I didn't know that. I thought he left. But yeah, I just want to brand the name Perry, PCL. I like Perry Caravello Live. And it's funny, the reason this channel is called Perry Caravello Live is somebody on Twitch actually has the name Perry Caravello. And that really bothered me because I have this, if you haven't noticed, I have like a slight OCD problem. I used to be a lot worse, but I stand before you a cured man. But it bothered me that we didn't have Perry Caravello, so we had to eat Perry Caravello live. But now I fucking love Perry Caravello live. I love I love the way this looks. I love the way that stupid car looks, driving down the road into infinity, like Perry Caravello live, Perry _ Caravello live. I do straight up love the name. So in PCL. So yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. And if I had the chance now, you can get the Perry Caravello name, I wouldn't want it. Like, I think it's great, and we have that on YouTube too. So it's good. It's just, but you want for somebody like Perry, like I don't like his. I've never liked his social media names, like at Scary Perry at Scary Perry Skate, whatever, this fucking litany of them, Scary Perry Skateboard, blah 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 blah. So I think Scary Perry's stupid, to be honest with you, but I want to get away from it. But yeah, the one thing that that we've been completely not, and I don't mean we, like me and Perry, we the channel, not doing well in is like merch, and I really got to spend time coming up with some good merch. But we got to develop a logo for the channel. I want a definitive logo for the channel, and all that stuff, and then all that stuff will fall into place. But again, it's hard. It's hard to whenever it's Tom puzzle piece confirmed. What is that? What is that? Is that reference to something else? Is there anyone the fans could help him see his daughter? All jokes aside, we should. He's been in touch with his daughter, and I'll say that in confidence here, not outside of here. But the daughter thing has been better, and actually helped with his transition away from the Jehovah's Witnesses a bit. So he email, but not but he's not as shut out as he was. And I think in a way she's kind of proud of him for getting things. I'm not saying that she is fucking watching this shit, but it's definitely a complicated relationship. But he is talking to him. Oh, autism joke. Sorry. I didn't get that. Where do I find this channel's banned words? I don't know. I'd have to pull them up. It's like basic. It's all the basic stuff. Any hate words, and then mechanic, now Reseda. Yeah, and I don't know how that works. Like when you write a comment, does it like tell you, like when you type it in, does it tell you that it's not going to work, or do you not find that out until when it comes up on the stream? But yeah, like obvious things, all spellings of the F word, or that kind of stuff, and then some basic stuff. Yeah, like mechanic, because I think that's a little too far when people talk about his mom, like that thing. Like that never hit me as funny. Yeah, but like somebody it's like, yeah, people say like they never contact Perry's family members, but then like I don't know, and it's a while back, but like somebody would write a tip comment as his daughter, and it was just so cringy and like not funny, and I was just like, ugh, and I had to go through it because at the time I couldn't necessarily figure out how to skip the tips in real time. Now I can. And I didn't know when they were coming either. Now I have a system in place where if there's like a bad one, and it's very rare that there's like a bad one, like somebody trying to get him to say something bad, I most of the time I know it's coming, and I'll just like, when he's not paying attention, I'll like skip it, and it will pop up and go away really quick. But somebody was like posting it as his daughter, and I was like, ugh, that's just kind of nauseating. And I think most people know, yeah, trans is banned, because look who you're talking about. Mechanic, well, you'll have to ask other people why mechanic is banned. That goes pretty deep into the lore that I'm not in the mood to get into. But you can ask around why mechanic is bad. Really? Skateboard is can't imagine skateboard being banned. I'd have to look. There's a whole list of it internally. I don't want to get his daughter involved. I wanted to get him to visit her. I don't think he's visiting her anytime soon. But the fact that they're even remotely talking is something. I mean, without getting into it too much, it's like she's had a rough life too. Think about who her father is and the whole thing, and she's very happy. Like she's had a happy life. In post Perry, she says she has a stepfather that she really likes, and thinks of him as her father, and she has a great relationship with her mother, and so she. I will say though, she's a Caravello at heart, because I remember years and years ago I had to contact her for something. There was like a Rucka Rucka song that he was gonna mix with one of her songs because she's a musician, and I wrote her to ask her permission, and I had her email, and I had spoken to her before, and she wrote back this like very Caravello-esque thing, like, I do not want my, I'm gonna use Perry's voice for her, but it's like, I do not want my music associated with rap crap under no situation, no way. Thank you, good day. That's how the email went, word for word. I was like, okay, that's hereditary. She is a Caravello. So that was it was funny. Can I get Perry? I tried to get him to take the Justin. I tried to get him to fucking sell the Justin Bieber photo, and nobody bid on it. Like there was one bid for like $30, and he wasn't gonna part for it for $7. So I tried to get him ready. I tried to get. Yeah, no time. Tom, it is 8:47 my time. I think she's in Central Time. I mean, it's 6:47 your time. No, the piece doesn't fall far from the tree. That's what was really funny about it. And it was like, oh, okay, this runs in the family. This is, and now that I've dealt with a lot of his family members, like cousins and stuff, and even his other brother. There's a lot of similar traits that run through them all. That is, indelible. That's like, oh yeah, this is in the blood. This is in the blood. How much is it? It's funny. Somebody bought the blowjob painting back when we did an auction on OnlyFans, and I can't find who that person was. But now that he's got several of them, it won't be about. I would imagine that wouldn't go for a crazy amount because he's got like 3 or 4 of them now. The painting, the blowjob bid painting. I don't know. It's one of those things where it'll just be an auction. I don't see it. I don't see them going as high as the Perry sitting on Jesus's lap one, which I think is the end all be all ultimate Perry Caravello live painting because it was the first, and I don't see them going as high as that. But I don't know. Maybe a couple of hundred, maybe. I don't know. And I got to get on that because he keeps complaining. And he's right actually. His place is being taken up by these paint. It's mainly the paintings. The mailbag comes and goes. Like he'll open it and then he'll throw out the boxes and then clear some space. But those paintings do take up a bit of room. And the fact that he has to look at it every day. So we got to get on that and get those auctioned off. St. Mo painting's still there. I think he just got tired of looking at it. And it was also a little weird. Like I didn't fight for it to come back on because, it's somebody else's image that's constantly on this stream for hours at a time. And I don't know if, Mole himself is, wants that level of attention. But, because if it was a Perry painting, it would be different. But Perry has a second cousin that's an MMA fighter. His name's Joe Ernesto, my cousin. If you ever, Joe Ernesto is gonna beat this person up. Like he was like an MMA fighter years. Again, you got to think of Perry's timeline. He's an MMA fighter. He could have been an MMA fighter in like 1995, or something. Whenever MMA started. So okay, I'm gonna make this really okay. So now it's 9:49, and I'm gonna go to 10. I'm gonna go to 10 on the dot. And I'm going to try to pay attention. So that gives us 11. It gives us 11 minutes. and then really, I'll really end it. I'm gonna be honest. I've just got into Perry in the last 2 weeks, and now I'm hooked. That's great. I need Shark Boy back. Yeah, he'll be back. Shark Boy just moved actually, so but he'll be back at some point. So how many people? Okay, so this is what I'd like to know. How many people here in this chat are new Perry fans? But I mean by new Perry fans, it's like you only found out about Perry through the streams, and you're within 5 months. Just you found out Perry through Twitch, or yeah, you found out Perry through Twitch. Who here is just from Twitch? TomB, you're a real pro in the 2 Dans. Your facial expressions when he is on the phone with Mo are perfect. Thank you. Yeah, that was hard work, and I had to edit that too. I edited that myself, and that was really hard, going through all that footage and putting that together. But I'm really proud of that because I helped put that thing together. Greg just woke up. How is he still on? You got into it in 2016. Yeah, okay, so your grandfather in 2016. Annoying veteran who probably drunk PM'd you on Facebook in the past. That's cool. I like being hit up with messages. It's almost always good feedback. 2 Dans is on par with When You See the Heat. I agree. I think it's fucking great. Yeah, so if you want to see that, Big3Premium.com has it. It's, yeah, I'm really proud of that, and I think everybody did a really great job on that. Yeah, well, Jackson, 8:50 in Australia, and yeah, I mean, I definitely went all night. This is similar to New Year's Eve because I remember doing New Year's Eve and sitting here and talking to, and at that time I didn't have like the microphone 2-way setup at all. I think I was just on speakerphone with Perry, and yeah, that's what it was. And I remember the sun coming up, and I was just like, oh wow, we're really going for it. So this will be 10. We'll go to 10 hours on the dot. Yeah, Skinny Stone Fury's been around the block a couple of times. Okay, so a couple of new fans, but mainly old school fans. Yeah, it's wow. Fucking 2003. I swear, 2003 for a long time felt like recent history. And now when I see it like typed, it seems like so long ago. And I remember 2003 feeling so recent. And now it's, God, it's such a, yeah, a lot of people come to the thing through Gavin. That's why yeah, it's, yeah, this is the longest, whatever we call this, after stream I've ever done and probably ever will do. Because I slept, man. I took a nap today to get ready for the stream, and I think it kind of just gave me this insane energy, which is now worn off. Yeah, it's interesting how people get into it. Either Perry or the thing, and it's like, yeah, I noticed too, like, because again, the algorithm, the analytics break it down where they tell you how, like new, like, there's a word for it, like not new people, but it's like new viewers or whatever, let's just say, and it's people that come into the stream and watch for the first time Perry, the stream, Perry Careville Live, and how long they stay for. And that number keeps going up and up, and there's we're right on the cusp of, like, okay, now, so there's like 240 people going now, and I think this is kind of where we started with the channel, like back when it first started, like, around, like, we were happy to get 300 people And it was mainly, obviously it was mainly Big Three fans, and then slowly but surely new people came in, and now I think the Big Three fans are still in the majority of the viewers, but we're getting to the point where it's going to be half and half soon, where it's going to be half new people, half, and that was the thing with like his address, where it's like you had to put a can in it, because the new people just don't get it. Like they don't get, why people type it or anything like that, and it doesn't. It's just not a good thing. So and really, like when we talk like a few months from now, it's gonna be. I think the new people are gonna be in the majority, and it's gonna be a weird dynamic. But we'll see how it goes. I'm new to Perry. Could you recommend a good stream to get started with? Go to the New Year's Eve stream. I think that was the one that really broke it open. But also the first one, and they're not in order chronologically on YouTube. They are like recently, but you'd have to look up like my first stream or whatever, which wasn't done on Twitch. But I'd go New Year's Eve. It's like 8 hours and 20 minutes edited. And that'll give you a good starting point, I think. Yeah, of course I had a hand in Shark Boy coming around. I know Shark Boy. I mean, I'm not gonna let some random fucking stranger show up at Perry's door and not have a hand in it. Like, yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, I would never allow that. Have I thought about making a best of package for the streams? Yes, I have, but goddamn if I have the time to do it, I don't know. I mean, there's other people that do clips, and somebody else would have to do it. I'd have to outsource that because it's hard enough for me to, do the streams, direct the streams, and help contribute to the streams and participate in the streams, and, and then edit the YouTube version, which isn't a lot of editing, but it's still, there's stuff involved. Like I trim down his bathroom breaks, and I'll put in the ring footage if it's not there, or if it is there, I'll add the sound to it, which you don't get on the live stream. And I'll do some other punching up and stuff. I'll fix the sound because when it's archived, the sync is always just a little off, and that always bothers me because again, it's an OCD thing, like where he's like a couple of seconds off. So I fixed that. And actually, the one from last week, the Mailbag Friday from last week, was a fucking bitch because it kept going out of sync like every 2 minutes. The whole thing. It took me forever to fix the sync. Like there was some kind of weird lag on his end maybe, and it just kept going out of sync, and it was driving me nuts. And it took me all fucking week to fix that. But yeah, I just don't have the time to do. I would love to do clips, and I've had notes to like, oh, clip this, clip that, but I just don't have the time. I mean, I do enough as it is, so somebody else would have to do the clips. And there's good clippers out there. There's a lot of people, like the guy who's doing the TikTok channel is doing a fucking great job. He's a great clipper. And there's other people too that I see posting stuff. It's funny, if you type in Perry Caravello now on YouTube, you get a ton of shit. Not just from his official channel, but like people that are like putting out clips from the streams, which I'm all for, by the way. And yeah, Windy City Heat's on YouTube. I'm gonna put Windy City Heat on Perry's YouTube soon enough because enough people are asking about it. I just gotta find it. Two minutes. I'm gonna be like Perry now, where I'm like looking at the time exactly. Okay, so I'm gonna wrap up in 1 minute and 30 seconds. We'll end at 10 exactly. Huh. Are there any women in here? Or is it all dudes? Yeah, I know. With the editing the streams promptly, it's hard to find people to trust because there's a lot of nuances in editing the streams, like especially things he says, even things I say sometimes, So finding somebody that would have that kind of sensibility. So we got 30 seconds, and I'm gonna walk this stupid dog and then go to bed. Thank you for all the nice remarks. Thanks for hanging out. And by the way, we held like over 300 for a long time just watching this stupid car drive into the moon, and listen to me. Jiggly Wriggly's a woman. Okay, I thought you were a woman. You have a serious question. I can't wait. Okay. Oh fuck. I gotta leave within the next minute to get to 10. Who runs Perry's stream? Well, me. Let's talk in 2 minutes. Okay, she's just trying to keep me going. All right. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you coming out. We got about 15 seconds. Yeah, well, we'll do this again. Maybe not the marathon session, but we'll do it again. We'll talk Perry. I really want to get into that snowboarding tattoo thing. I'm obsessed with it. Yes, I still need a video card. It's driving me crazy. Fuck. I cannot find any of them. This fucking Bitcoiners are just chomping them all up. Yeah, it was a very good stream tonight. All right, I got to really end it now because we're getting down to 10 exactly. Okay, bye, guys.